Say Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. Welcome, everyone. Oh, excuse me. As always, JR here, back as we continue our journey with Emma and Ku in post-apocalyptic Japan. In the sometime in the it's actually, I think I remember the exact year. 4026. So yeah, pretty far in the far future. About 2,000 years in the future, but you know. But in any case, a little bit of a recap so far. We went through like this crater area. We went through this like flooded building area with a bunch of like flooded buildings and stuff. Fought a couple of monsters. The pair of annoying big bird monsters were particularly annoying, especially with the constant flying high in the air and then having to follow them around was kind of annoying. Also, on that note, but a little before those bosses and after those bosses, the bird ones, and technically including the bird ones, is the continuing issue of repeating the bosses that you've already beaten in like about the first half of the game at this point. So yeah, not really the biggest fan of that. Like, the story itself is pretty much progressing well enough for me, but as far as the gameplay and going through the bosses again, it definitely feels like there's, like I said before, some padding that is kind of just there to be something to do in between like story beats. Like, I would have rather condensed that stuff and just go through the story at that point instead of recycling so many bosses over and over and over again. Like, I would have gotten rid of those and just condense it and just have the major story beats and stuff play that you need to get out there. Because the environments and stuff are like new, but the problem is the bosses that you fight within those new environments are pretty much like the same as previous bosses at this point. So it's like, yeah, you're fighting them kind of in a new setting, but they're still fundamentally the same exact bosses. So it's kind of like, yeah. But thankfully, we did end the last stream pretty strong, because the final boss that we fought during the last part was Kunai, in a shocking twist of her betraying us, because she did because we were building a rapport, because we met her. She was nice well enough. She has like a nice history with Brad, and Brad and her were like, they get along fine enough. And then especially with like their deep conversations, and Kunai being the one to push Brad to be like, you might want to tell Emma like what's really going on and like stuff like that. So we think like, she's gonna be, a pretty close confidant. But in her final phone call with Brad, we got a little bit of a hint of like, that's an odd question. Was she asked Brad, what would you do? Something along the lines of, what would you do if you could bring back somebody that you really love, really care for? What would you do? So it's like, oh, it was like, okay. And she was said it in pretty like serious tone. So when she was asking him, so it was like, that's an odd question. Plus the tone was kind of not as happy-go-lucky as she usually talks when she's talking to Brad, and when she's especially talking to Emma, when we like call her on the phone and we have some conversations on the phone. So but she ends up planning an ambush, and in the ambush Brad ends up leaving for like a distraction, so that way the Walker and Kagura and everything can get away. And while Emma and Ku are fighting off a bunch of like Golem, the crazed robots, Brad leaves to try to drive away a bunch of the other golems that are trying to go after the Walker, while Emma's distracted dealing with a bunch of other golems over here. So Emma and Ku, that is. So he ends up getting injured, getting surrounded by a bunch of golems. Sees he sees Kunai, and is like, oh, so you're the one behind this. And kind of like, he does understand like why she's doing what she's doing. But as far as the audience goes, we don't know who he's talking to, because we only see like Kunai's feet. So if you remember what Kunai's feet and footwear look like, then you can probably figure out like exactly who he's talking to. But we soon get that reveal later after uh Brad pretty much sacrifices himself and pretty much suicide bombs the golems as they start closing in to surround him. He pretty much turns himself into like a big bomb and blows himself up and takes like all the golems around him with him. And then meanwhile, Emma seeing and hearing the explosion is like, okay, we need to go over there. And then that's at that point, Kunai and her horse monster that follows him around, pretty much like her equivalent of what Ku is to Emma. Ambush Emma, and we proceed to have a boss fight while Kunai pretty much confirms that technically we have a double betrayal. Not only Kunai, but Kunai reveals that the administrator, the old guy that pretty much runs the capital, which is where we're trying to go so we can kill the beast of reincarnation, who the administrator hired us to kill the beast of reincarnation, also had pretty much bribed bribed Kunai to kill Emma. Kill Emma and Ku, technically. And as a reward for doing that, the administrator promised Kunai that he would like resurrect her loved one, which pretty much brings it right back to the question that she asked Brad on the phone or communicator on the radio, where however the hell Brad and Kunai talk. Because we never see them talking. It's always like a black background and we just hear their voices. So we don't see how they're communicating. We could only assume that it's like a communicator radio or something. Because we do know Emma and Kunai pretty much talk through the phone in the walker, because we blatantly see her picking up the phone, calling her, and them talking through the phone. So, as far as Brad goes, we have no idea how the hell Kunai and him are specifically talking. But anyway, so yeah, it brings that back. Which, not gonna lie, the boss fight with Kunai was actually pretty cool. It was also pretty challenging. Like, that boss fight was actually one of the more challenging boss fights that we've had in the game so far. Which I did like. Cause some of the other boss fights, I wouldn't say some of them were hard. They were mostly like annoying. Like the boss, like some of the other bosses kind of had like certain things about them that just made them annoying and not necessarily difficult. It's just some of the stuff they did was kind of like cheap and annoying. But Kunai, that one was, her boss fight was more like okay, now I have to like really sit up and like really think. Thankfully though, her pet horse monster thankfully wasn't a huge deal during that boss fight, because if her horse pet was more aggressive like Kunai was during that boss fight, I most likely would have died during that boss fight. Because the whole time I was like really paying attention to Kunai, and I was like, I really hope this horse pet doesn't become an issue, because I really have my hands full trying to pay attention to what she is freaking doing. But yeah. But thankfully, it worked out. We didn't end up beating her, because once we got her health down to a certain point, we entered in a cutscene where Kunai kind of like beat both of us, knocked Emma and Ku off the cliff. So from Kunai's perspective, I think she may think we're dead. But we ended up surviving. Kagura in the walker ended up finding Emma, nursing Emma back to health through a montage. Sad part is, Ku is missing. So we have no idea where Ku is. And Emma got beaten up so badly, and most likely from the fall, suffered some head trauma, so she doesn't really have her memories. Which is kind of double amnesia, because she originally didn't really have much memories. And then now she has no memories of the entire journey we've been on. Like, she has no idea who Kagura is, who Brad is, who Ku is. She technically already forgot who Violet is, because Violet kind of wiped herself from Emma's memory. We'll see how that, if that comes back around, and see what goes on with that. But yeah, so right now Emma has like no memories. She's kind of back to fighting shape after a montage of her recovering. Doesn't have any memories, but Kagura did give Emma her diary that Kagura was writing, like all of the interactions and stuff that her and Emma had, and everybody else, and Ku, and all that stuff. So Emma kinda has an idea of what she was like and the people that she knew, but it didn't exactly like jog her memory yet, per se. I'm assuming that she's gonna get her memory back, at least of the journey that we've been on, at some point. But yeah. But that's pretty much where we're at. Like, we're just about to go into the new area that we're gonna be in and stuff, and we're gonna see how tough this is gonna be, because we don't have Ku. So that means we have no access to any of Ku's abilities or anything that he helps us out with up until this point. So hopefully this part is not going to be extremely frustrating. It has the potential to be, but hopefully it's not. I severely hope it's not, because woof. Also, there was an update today for the game, and one of the updates, I believe the patch notes said that they had it so that way you can increase the subtitle size. So we're gonna definitely go to the settings and check that out and see how big we can make the subtitles. So that way it makes it easier for y'all to be able to like read along to what's happening. Alright, so what do we got? Subtitles. Where's the... is there configuration? Where's the subtitles at? No, we could... I know we could remap what button we can interact with. But where's the text size? Come on, the patch notes said text sizes. What is happening? Or is that something that we have to wait for still? Because I know they did say that that they are working on having an option of making the subtitles bigger. No, that's just the language. Is it not in here? Like, come on, seriously? So we didn't get... So the patch note kind of lied to me then. Because I did update the game, right? Yeah. I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to continue to deal with it. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to continue to deal with it that way, I guess. Oh well. At least I tried. Alright, on that note, let's load in and see how this is gonna go. Alright. Okay, so... we don't have any... Man, we have 79. Nah, we're good. Alright, let's, nope. It's also kind of messed up. It's also kind of lonely in here now that Brad is not sitting at the driver's seat anymore. With Brad dead, it's kind of... And Ku missing. Like, man, I just found this nice bone for him. For a chew toy. And now he's missing. Damn it, man. He wasn't even around long enough to really enjoy having that bone there. Damn it.
Emma, 出かけるの？まずはギギ様のところに行くといいと思う。ギギ様は重傷のエマを見て停泊を許してくれたの。何か思惑があるかもしれないけど、受け入れてくれなかったらどうなってたか。ごめん、引き止めちゃったね。いってらっしゃい、エマ。
Alright, so this is the colony that we were headed to before we got ambushed. Before Kunai ambushed us and tried to kill us. Oh, this area is not that big. That's also kind of concerning that the areas kind of feel like they are getting smaller and smaller as we go on. Like, that is not the best. Give me the book. What else is here? Give me this book. What is this? Ooh, give me those. Well, I don't need those upgrades, but hey, they get converted into amber, so I'll take it. Can't talk to any of you? Okay, cool. Nothing here. Hold on, guy. I'll talk to you in a minute. I'm just gonna take your seed. Well, your seedling. And I'll take your, recipe there. Okay. Okay, now I can talk to you.
起きたのか、浄化兵エマ。もう体は良いのか？
うん。だから役目を果たす。
主の討伐に行くんだな。
Yes.
私にできるのはそれだけ。
奴はおそらく峠に巣を作っている。だが、先行した討伐隊はすべて赤い腐食体にやられた。奴がおそらく主だ。赤い腐食体に関する情報が必要だ。コロニーの住民の中にも赤い腐食体を見た人がいる。コロニー以外にもおそらく赤い腐食体の痕跡があるはず。情報を集めて、そして討伐して。
Also, Emma, I would like to make the argument that killing the monsters is not all that you're good for, okay? I think Kagura kind of proves that statement. But, you know, she's still got... She got her amnesia going on, so... Unfortunately, she's not in the bestest mental state right now. There's something down here? Oh, it's a way to get back up there. Okay. Okay, well, at least we know that there is a bottom to this. And not just an empty void. Alright, what information do you have for me?
汚れ人と話すことはない。ただでさえ赤い腐食体が出てコロニーが緊迫しているというのに。
Okay, can we not be an asshole with the racist shit? Like, come on. You know, with all the people being prejudiced against the infected people. Even though you're using the infected people to fight the monsters to begin with, because it's not like any of y'all are doing it. Fucking assholes.
赤い腐食体がゴーレムを破壊して回っているらしい。攻め込まれたら耐えられるのか、このコロニーは。都の討伐隊はまだか。
Okay. Apparently it attacks golems. Okay. Before I attack you, I want to take some of your lettuce here. Okay, now what do you have to say?
話しかけるな。
Well, fuck you too then.
赤い腐食体め。このコロニーの守備隊まで襲いやがって。
Hey. Your overseer in charge of this colony here let me in and is being pretty nice to me. So the least you could do is give me the courtesy also. Like, come on. Oh, potato. Anything else here? Oh. Oh. Oh, now they all want to pop up now. It's apple. What's this one? Fruit. The bio fruit. And soybeans. Tomato. Carrot. What is this? Wheat? Yep, wheat. Talk to you.
赤い腐食体。それなら偵察ゴーレムが遭遇したはずだ。偵察ゴーレムに聞いてみな。
これで全員情報は偵察ゴーレムが持っていそう。
Oh, okay, scout. Okay, where is... Oh, it's conveniently right here. Alright, what do you got, Mr. Keeper? Yes, question. Alright, the only thing I can axe. Swordsman Golem. Reliant resides here. Okay. Okay, but Swordsman Golem is over there. Alright, on that note, go this way.
私最後にブラッドとはどんな話をしたかな。突然で私はちゃんと話せてたかな。何か傷つけなかったかな。今は落ち込んでちゃダメだよね。ブラッドからもらった仕事やらなきゃ。
Oh yeah, because the walker talks now, so it's finally awake. Ow. I talk to you? Almost. Anything else here?
赤い腐食体は恐ろしく凶暴だ。奴はコロニーの外れの村で暴れ、峠に向かった。これ以上被害が広がる前に何とかせねば、やがて人を食らうだろう。この地はどうなってしまうんだ。
You'll just take a ride straight over there, I guess. Because it doesn't look like there's much of a... Oh. Wow, this is a really straightforward little car ride here. Is there a camp coming up here or what? C1 marked on the map. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay, that's for the... Yeah, let's fight the sword master. Motherfucker. There he is. Whoa, whoa. Bitch. Get the fuck out of here. There we go. Take care of that. Got another mural here. What does it all mean? Can I kill these infected rats? Because we already know they're just gonna get bigger and we're gonna... and we fight them in certain areas, so... Alright, so that takes care of that. Really? Now's not the time for you to be getting stuck in the environment. Alright. There we go. Reset all that. Save that. Are we gonna have another campsite where? Yeah, I see it. So we are gonna have a campfight right before the boss, because that has been the pattern throughout the game. Is that they give you a campfire right before the boss arenas. So we'll make a save. And we have a companion episode to do, so we'll do that before we jump into the boss.
Emma.
Yep, converted into Amber. What's going on, Kagura?
そうだ、エマ。紹介したい人がいるの。
Is it the Walker?
誰？バウエラ。
何ですか、カグラ。
これはバウエラよ。ずっとブラッドが修理を続けていたみたい。あの後、犬神川コロニーに到着したら喋り出したの。 最初はお化けかと思って慌てちゃった。何か用があったら話しかけてみて。わかった。
Okay. With all my chickens! All my chickens laying eggs! Also some golden eggs, which is really helpful. Oh, it actually
この
told.
頃に人が少ない。
There we go.
食料の生産が日を追うごとに少なくなっているようです。どのコロニーも貧しいところが多かった。都がコロニーに支援物資を送っているはずなのですが。いえ、今は都に行くのが先決ですね。エマ、何か用があれば声をかけてください。
うん、わかった。
Okay, so if the capital is supposed to be supplying these colonies with things, why does it seem like they're not doing that? Because if they were doing... Oh, we could actually trade with... Oh, okay, so she does what Brad was doing. So we could buy things from her if we need. Okay. But as I was saying, if the capital is supposed to be supplying the colonies with things, and it doesn't seem like they're doing that, doesn't that seem kind of suspicious? You would think that the excuse would probably be because of the monsters, like they're afraid that, like, supply routes and stuff would be attacked by monsters or golems and things like that, right? The crazy golems, I mean. But I don't know, it kind of comes off like there might be something more as to why the capital isn't doing certain things, or it seems like they're not. Considering that the leader of the capital kind of betrayed us and kind of blackmailed an ally of ours to betray us and try to kill us, I think I'm justified in being very suspicious of what the capital is doing. Also, as far as kunai goes, what guarantee is there that the administrator can even resurrect somebody from the dead or whatnot? Unless we're just, you know, just supposed to believe that, I guess, kunai is just that desperate that she's just gonna take a shot of it.
何か用ですか？ここのコロニーも人が少なくなっているそうです。やはり食料や物資が足りていないのでしょう。
Okay. Okay, so we unlocked that. All right, Kagura, what do you got going on?
エマ、体の調子はどう？病み上がりだから疲れたらすぐに休まないと。疲れてない。そっか。エマは倒れてた時のこと覚えてる？ 神楽がそばにいた。うん、ずっと声をかけてた。あの時のこと時々思い出す。無茶しないでね。問題ない。うん。
I don't know, maybe maybe they made the subtitles bigger themselves. Maybe it wasn't so much a setting to make the subtitles bigger. I think they just made the subtitles bigger. I don't know. I don't know. If they look bigger to you from the last video, then I guess they did that. I would hope so. But in any case. That was that. Okay, there's nothing else to do.
食べたいも
okay,
のを
what?
選んで。
Attack, skill power, what do we got? Skill power, defense. That's only 1% though. I mean, that's only 1 point though for attack.
ご飯は体を作
That
る
one
か
we
ら
can't do.
すごく大事。
So 1% for crit rate. 1% more for crit rate. You know what? Yeah, let's just do the meat omelet.
それにする？もっと食べれる。
It's so weird having this meal without Ku there and Emma feeding him. Like, it's just so weird. It feels like something's missing. Like, obviously something is missing, but...
私、このコロニーのこと調べてみた。昔、都からの大規模な移民が行われたって。この場所を拠点に、さらに東へ移民するために、人や工場が集まったんだって。私たちがいた小河内も、ここから出発した人たちが作ったのかな。
Maybe. Okay. Choose destination. Oh, there's a merchant there. That I didn't notice. Let's see if the merchant has anything new for us. You have anything new? I didn't notice you were here. Oh, you do. Okay, is it anything worth buying? Is the most biggest question here. No. Nope, like nothing at all. Yep, nothing important at all. This is just, what was it, the skill orbs? But most of these we can just get from random drops from enemies, so it's kind of like, why would you spend your amber on this? Type of deal, so it's kind of like, whatever. Plus the seedlings too is kind of like, whatever. Okay, so he literally has nothing. I have a lot of books, by the way.
また何か持ってきてください。
How many? Yeah, we can hold 99 golden eggs, so
また何
they're pretty good.
お気をつけて。
Let's see. Just wait. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Because I want to exhaust these before we go to the boss. That is also one thing that I also read in the patch notes that I don't like
でも
that they changed.
おかえり。怪我はない？うん。
And that is the little bonding episode, like companion episode conversations that we have. They changed it so that way you could only do one of them a day instead of like we were doing, where we went back to the walker and we just went through all of the different cutscenes pretty much one after the other. Like we talked to her, finished the cutscene, then it was like, oh, we could talk to her again to do another cutscene. And we just kept doing that. Until we pretty much were out of them. But now they changed it to pretty much one companion conversation per day. As far as the conversations that lead to cutscenes. So yeah, those like that change I'm not a big fan of. Cause it just leads to what we have to do now, which is leave, see that there's another companion cutscene, come back, and then, you know, go to sleep to leave again. So you're pretty much doing like this repeating process of going back to the walker, having a conversation or whatnot, with a cutscene, right? Having the conversation cutscene, going to sleep, then leaving, and then maybe you have another conversation cutscene that you can do, and then you just have to go back to the walker and then just keep repeating that until you're done with however many companion cutscenes there were. Like that change I'm not the biggest fan of. Like at all. Like just let me go through all of the ones I have available up until this part of the story and just call it a day. Like this going back, talking, going to sleep, leaving, and then coming back again and doing that all over again. I'm not the biggest. Like that's just adding a bunch of tedium for no reason. Like that change, I'm not the biggest fan. I am not a fan of that change at all. Okay, why was there a companion thing here? Unless it activates when I'm going to sleep, I think. Because if I had to talk to her, it would have showed up. So I think it's when we're sleeping. I think it's when we try to go to sleep.
食べたいものを選んで。 ご飯は体を作るからすごく大事。エマ、悩んでる？でも食べるものって迷っちゃうよね。物も限られてるし。ごめん、静かにしてるね。ゆっくり選んで。
You know what? We're gonna go with... Yeah, fuck it. Ultimate meat sandwich.
それにする？
Gives us a pretty big, a pretty big attack boost. Was there... It said that there was a thing here. That there was a companion episode. Like, what happened? Okay, I'm kind of confused. Nothing happened. I don't know. I guess we'll beat the boss. Because I don't know why it says that there is a thing when there wasn't a thing when we went back. So I don't know what the fuck happened there. You look familiar. You kind of remind me of somebody. I said that she looked familiar. Yo, I'm gonna snap you out of this. If I have to beat your ass to wake you up, we are definitely gonna do that. your memories back. Because on instinct, you hesitated to deal the killing blow. Oh, there you go. Out my eyes. Yeah. We got our memories back and Gaku back. Thank goodness that didn't last long. Oh. It looks like the flower didn't fully bloom. Oh, Ku wakes up first. Okay. Very easy. You fell off a cliff and probably really hurt your head.
クーに私の記憶のすべてが残っていた。
Oh, okay. Ah, my eyes.
バイオレットに会いに行かないと。
Oh, she remembers everything.
行こう。バイオレットに会いに。
I thought she would still forget, like would have forgotten Violet still, but okay, yay. She remembers Violet too, okay. Ooh, we're back in the
またここに来れた。
the flower garden dream
バイオレ
place.
ット。クーの記憶が教えてくれた。 私を守るためにバイオレットはお願い出てきてバイオレット。
Ooh, we got that emotion coming out.
なぜじゃ。我はお前といると傷つけてしまう。バイオレット。エマ、ダメなのじゃ。 お前を守るための方法はこれしかない。バイオレット。私はもう決めた。自分がどうしたいのか。今までずっと意志を持たずに生きてきた。けど 私は決める。バイオレットとは離れない。私はバイオレットと一緒に生きて、一緒に傷ついて、一緒に死を迎えるならそれでいい。だから。
Oh my god. It got way brighter in here.
戻ってきて。
It's like now that she's displaying all this emotion, the sun is shining now.
本当は会いたかったのじゃ。 ただ見るだけなのは辛かった。お前が苦しい時に何もできなかった。エマ、我を許してくれるか。一緒にいてくれればそれでいい。エマ。
I see that little smile there, Emma. I see that little makings of a smile. I see you. You better not be saying you have no emotions and stuff now, because you've pretty definitively showed a lot of it during that whole interaction there. Between Ku and then with Violet and everything now. Like, come on. Now we just need to have a nice little emotional moment with Kagura now. Oh, well, Kagura is having a moment.
Emma.
Crying with Ku back.
Kuが帰ってきた。カグラ、遅くなってごめん。ただいま。エマ、記憶が。
Oh, come on. You're gonna make Kagura cry
私に
more.
カグラがしてくれたこと、覚えてる？カグラ、ありがとう。いいの。いいの。エマ。エマ。おかえり。
Well, that's the end of chapter 9, branching out. So now on to chapter 10. All right. Kind of looks weird that the flower is not in bloom, though. Anyway, let's get cleaned up here. Okay, you're just gonna say the same thing. Okay. Hold on. Let's check our skills first. Level that up. There we go. Hey, the top of the tree. See? It hasn't bloomed yet, so there isn't a skill for it yet. So clearly that's gonna come into play at some point. To where it finally blooms and probably gives us a pretty badass ability, most likely. Oh, excuse me. In any event, Yeah, there's nothing for him to research anything. Alright, what character moment what companion moment we have for you, Ku? Are you gonna give me something besides memories? Besides my memories back?
最近なんだか胸のあたりがなんでもない。
Well, you feel like you have a heart now?
クー、もっと話せばいいの？でも今はうまく話せるかわからない。もう少ししたら話す。
Oh, he didn't give me anything. I thought we would have got something out of that conversation. I guess not. You know what? Here. Here's a little pet. Good boy. We got you back. We literally knocked some sense into you and we got you back. I feel good about that. Not having to knock some sense into him, but at the very least, like, getting him back. But hey, unfortunately, we had to do what we had to do to get our good boy back. Let's call Makoto first. See what he says.
Emma, よかった。ずっと繋が
Oh,
らな
okay,
かっ
he
た。
just says
僕
the
エマ
same
と
thing
それじゃ
from when we woke up with our memory loss. Well, when we still had our memory loss. Well, obviously, because she betrayed us, so she's still... So she probably lost our number at this point. And does not want to talk. Plus, it would technically give away the fact that we're alive. Because I think she thinks we're dead still, so... There's that. Also, hey, Try, how's it going? How's it going? Wait, there's nothing... No, there isn't. Okay, let's prepare for departure.
食べたいも
Alright,
の
what are
を
we
選
gonna
んで。
eat?
「ご飯は体を作るからすごく大事」。
Oh, yes. That's good, Try. That you're doing good. Get ready for the podcast. That's sweet. That's sweet. Yeah, thank you for, as always, thank you for stopping by before you head off, for your podcast. But we'll see. We'll see if we're still... I don't know how much of the game that we have left. Because it kind of feels like we're entering into the, like,
食べるものっ
the
て
end
迷っ
game.
ちゃうよね。物も限られてるし。
So...
ごめん。静かにしてるね。ゆっくり選んで。
So we'll see if we're still gonna be if we're still gonna be playing by the time you're done. We'll see. Try said, oh dang, nearing the end already.
起きてる。
That's what it's feeling like. But we'll see. Because it kind of feels like we're getting towards the end, but I don't know. We'll see.
Gohan は体を作るからすごく大事。
Yeah, fuck it. At this point, yeah, there's no way this is gonna get filled up right now. So we'll just do the other one. Yeah, we'll just do this.
エマ、悩んでる？それにする？ おいしい。
Hey, no, no problem. Yeah, if we're still playing, we'll see you then. And Violet's back to singing.
消え散らばるもし夢叶うならば今まだ願えるならば思い出したよエマ。私自身のこと、そしてお前のことも。
Oh, you're finally gonna tell her?
私のこと？
我はシャンバラから来た。そして現世、お前と暮らしていたあの小河内コロニーにたどり着いた。魂だけの存在としてな。そしてその小河内コロニーの地下には我のための肉体が用意されていた。驚いた。我の顔そのままの肉体が並んでおった。
並んでいた？
ああ、そうじゃ。一つではない。数十体並んでおった。一目でわかった。これは 転送された魂の定着する器の複製品じゃと。
お
その時、我は誰かに会いたいという衝動を覚えた。
会いたい？
ああ、それがなぜかはまだ今でもわからぬ。それでも我は肉体を得ようとは思わなかった。我はその場から動くこともできなかった。その複製体はゴーレムによっておぞましい実験が行われていた。我は確信した。これは何か恐ろしい計画の核じゃと。最後に残ったのは2体。片方は生育が止まっておった。じゃがもう片方に変化が起きていた。
変化？
ああ、かすかじゃが確かに魂が芽生えていた。
魂？
芽生えるはずのない空の器に新たな魂。我はおぞましい所業から目を背け続けた。じゃがせめてこの魂、この子だけは守りたいと願うようになっていた。コロニーのゴーレムは同じくその複製体でも実験を行おうとした。その瞬間、我はその複製体に入り込んだ。そして肉体は起動した。ゴーレムは言っておった。実験は成功したのかと。じゃが肉体の主導権は我にはなかった。そのかすかな魂が肉体の主だった。本来生まれるはずのない魂が生を得た瞬間だった。
それが
そうエマ。
Well, that
それ
was
がお前じ
kind
ゃ。
of obvious.
それから我は以前の記憶を失った。一つの肉体に二つの魂。何らかの不具合は避けられなかったのじゃろう。じゃがエマを守ろうとする衝動だけは抑えられなかった。
どうして？
おぞましいこの世界での生をエマに押し付けた。贖罪じゃ。だからお前を守ると決めた。
贖罪？
そして我はまた目を背けてしまった。
バイオレット。
けどもう今はお前と一緒におると決めたのじゃ。大丈夫。ずっと一緒にいるよ。
うん。
Okay, but we still need clarification on the what the administrator is doing.
今日は次の区域に移動する日です。次の区域に移動するときは私に話しかけてください。
バウエラに？
ええ。ブラッドほど運転はうまくありませんが、都までお連れします。
わかった、バウエラ。
And what specifically Shinobu keeps talking about, like Emma being a vessel?
流星の塔と呼ばれる場所に向かいます。
If it's related to what Violet was
私
talking
が
about.
周囲を警戒しています。今は休んで。
ブラッドと同じことを言ってる。
Or if it's a different
ええ、
meaning for him with vessel.
ブラッドとはずっと一緒でした。いつの間にか同じようなことを考えるようになったのかもしれません。
そういうものなの？
ええ、お互いに影響し合って生きていく。特にブラッドはこんな姿でも私を人間として扱ってくれていましたから。
そう。
さあ、明日に差し支えます。おやすみなさい。
うん、わかった。
Alright. Starfall Tower. Alright, so we're not at the capital yet. Seems like we're still making our way there. Because I'm assuming once we get to the capital, that's kind of like the end game. Is the capital, but I don't know. Then again, I could be wrong. The game could surprise me. I don't know.
指定の座標に到着しました。機体停止。
指定の座標？なぜ止まるんじゃ？
ブラッドからこの座標を通過した場合、メッセージを伝えるように言われています。
Oh.
ブラッドから？
Brad left a message?
音声再生します。
It's like a last will and testament.
まさかお前にメッセージを送るなんてな。なんというか変な感じだが、話す時が来たようだ。お前の正面にでかい塔が見えるだろう。そこの地下に向かうんだ。いや、これは指示でも命令でもない。個人的な俺からの頼みでもない。ただの情報提供だ。行くかどうかはお前に任せる。だが、輪廻の獣を撃つなら必ず立ち寄ってくれ。輪廻の獣を倒す鍵が眠ってる。なぜそんなことを俺が知っているかは、まあ到着してからのお楽しみだな。
以上です。
ブラッド。
So this is how we're gonna find out the truth that he was
輪
hiding.
廻の獣を倒す鍵？ブラッドは一体何者なんじゃ？
主の反応。先ほどブラッドが示したあの塔の直下です。主は塔の地下に潜んでいる可能性があります。
いずれにせよ、行くしかないようじゃな。しかし、このメッセージ、ブラッドはこうなることを予見しておったのか。
私は行く。私は自分の足で、自分の目で何があるのかを確かめたい。
わかった。
He probably didn't know what was gonna happen. He probably just left that message as like a contingency
輪
plan.
廻の獣を倒す鍵。その座標情報も残されていました。相当深い場所です。この場所まで到達しましょう。
ブラッド。 ブラッドは故郷にいつか帰る場所に帰れなかった。ブラッド。
いいえ、エマ。
バウエラ。
ブラッドはあの時満足していました。きっと少しだけ心は帰れたんだと思います。故郷に。
そう。うん。きっとそう。ブラッド、行ってきます。
Oh, that was a nice little moment. I like that. That was actually pretty good.
ブラッドは意志を告げる人を探していた。けど同時に周りには自由に生きてほしいとも願っていた人でした。ずっと葛藤して抱えて。少し兄を思い出します。私には少しも相談してくれなかったな。兄さん、どうしてるかな。ブラッドは私、兄さん。
Nothing new for you, right? Nope. Oh, there's something new for Ku though.
ここには、この辺りにある大きな穴は、ここには流星の塔って呼ばれている巨大な遺跡があるみたい。この辺りにある大きな穴はあの流星の塔が空から落ちてきたからできたって。あんな大きなものが空に浮かんでいたんだ。
Well, considering how far in the future this is, I don't put it past, you know, like a lot of space traveling. Makoto? He's the only one I could think of calling.
その声は
Obviously.
少し離れてた。けど戻ってきた。
そっか、戻ってきたか。離れていた大切なものとまた一緒になれるのはいいことだよ。クーも喜んでいるだろうな。君の元に帰りたかったはずだから。
クー。
構ってほしいみたいだね。また連絡するよ。クーの相手をしてあげて。
うん。
Hey, he gets plenty of attention. He's always by my side and he fights with me all the time. At that point, you can't get any more attention than that. Alright, so we're good on that. So let's save. Alright, let's head out and see what this new area is about. Oh wow, this new area is not extremely big now, is it?
Emma, さっきのメッセージ。
It's fine.
ブラッドから。ブラッド、 とエマに何かを伝えたかったんだと思う。何か？うまく言えないけど、エマには生きてほしいから、きっとメッセージを残したんだと思う。
Clearly.
私に生きてほしい。きっとそう。私は今までみたいに見送ることしかできないけど、ちゃんとエンマのためにここで待ってるから。だからカグラ、大丈夫だから戻ってきて。わかった。いってらっしゃい。行ってきます。
Hey Kagura, are you coughing because your infection is getting worse or what? Because Kagura also has the early infection because she also has the green shining like vine outline going up her neck, so I'm assuming that's what the coughing is supposed to be implying, that is getting worse or is starting to spread or whatnot. But to Kagura's point of thinking Brad wanted Emma to live, I'm like, I think that was pretty clear considering he's like, hey, I know you know you want to kill the beast of reincarnation, but if you don't get what you need from this tower, you're not going to be able to kill it. So you'll pretty much be, if you don't do this, you're gonna be going to fight it and die in the process because you won't be able to kill it. So I think the fact that he wants us to do this is kind of already telling you, yeah, I kind of want you to live, I don't want you to die. So you have a much better shot. Well, this is the only shot you have of actually killing it, is by getting what you need from here. No, she betrayed me.
前に聞かれたな。俺がここにいる意味。お前に全てを話す。俺たちは戦士文明から続くある組織だ。俺たちは都の王を、輪廻の獣の計画を止めるものだ。俺とクナイは都の王の暗殺、そして輪廻の獣を破壊するために動いている。
Well, that didn't go as planned because Kunai got blackmailed into being like, hey, if you kill Emma instead of me, I'll resurrect your, loved one? Whoever that may be, because Kunai did not explain who exactly is her loved one. So
その前にちょっとした昔話だ。話すと長くなるが、まあ聞いてくれ。せっかく話したい気分なんだ。組織が生まれる前、かつて都の王と俺は輪廻の獣を管理していた。輪廻の獣は自然発生したものではない。そうだ。輪廻の獣は
Kind of figured that
人
much.
類が生み出したんだ。2000年前に科学者たちがいた。今では三賢者と呼ばれている輪廻の獣を生み出した者たちだ。お前たちが戦士文明と呼んでいた世界は輪廻の獣が滅ぼしたわけじゃない。
Okay, so now we go. So now we have to go deeper to get the rest of the story. So at least, you know, he's fully explaining, like, okay, what the Beast of Reincarnation is, how it came to be, like all of that stuff. So yeah, if this doesn't feel like we're setting up the end game, I don't know what does at this point. Because it really feels like they're like laying out all of the explanations, the like the reveals and everything, the big like any big like plot twists, I guess, and whatnot. Like they're laying a lot of it out already, like at this point, so that usually feels like we're getting to the end. When a story starts doing that. Right?
緩やかな大厄災。当時世界中が死を感じていた。要因は一つだけじゃない。大規模な地殻変動による政府の混乱、気候の変化、戦争、伝染病、次々と減る人口。緩やかな絶滅を前に世界中で自死を望む者が絶えなかった。次第にこの世界には子供も生まれなくなっていった。それだけ人類が生存できる確率は絶望的だった。そこで人類の自死を止めるために一部の感情を破棄する計画が進められた。特殊な機械を埋め込むことで自死への欲求は止まった。
So it's like humanity became sterile at a point. Because if no kids are being made, then eventually, obviously, like, your species is gonna go extinct. So... which is most likely where the whole golem thing, where people transplanted, like took their souls out of their bodies and kind of stored them and then would implant them in like the golems and whatnot. And what they tried to do with Violet and put her in essentially Eve, because instead of making golems, which are pretty much like robots, it seems like they were trying to make like like actual people bodies and put the souls of you know, the people inside those bodies so that way they could live on. Presumably making those people bodies capable of you know, reproduction. Because even with the whole soul transferring thing, you're still gonna have the problem of like, how is the species gonna grow? Like, how is the species gonna populate? How is it gonna go on if you can't make a next generation? If you can't make completely new people, new souls, like if you can't do that, then the species is gonna be constantly just stuck in this one point. All right, Brad.
これが間違いだった。抑圧された感情の断片が檻となり、ある日を境に急速に魂が劣化した。魂の劣化は理性の欠如、記憶の消失、時に破壊衝動までも引き起こした。
Like the crazy
負
golems.
の感情は人類に伝播し続けた。人類に残された手段は多くはなかった。だが、たった一人の度を越した天才によって人類は救われた。人類の魂をアップデートし、その魂を全く環境の違う世界に転送する計画だ。プロジェクトシャンバラ、そう名付けられた。人類に都合のいい環境を提供するためのデジタルで構築された疑似世界。その疑似世界の名前がシャンバラだ。そして同時にシャンバラに移った人類がいずれ元の世界に復活するための計画も進められた。
i.e. once they made like people bodies, like what they were doing with Emma, like trying to create like people, like full people replacement bodies for the souls that were stored in Shambhala. So, because that is where where Violet came from. Like with Violet's whole explanation, it's like, yeah, that's where I was. I'm assuming that's what like the flower field is supposed to be, where Violet like talks to us in during like our dream sequences. I'm assuming that's what supposed to be a representation of Shambhala. Like that's how I'm like reading it. Like obviously like in a small scale, like maybe that's supposed to be like Violet's personal interpretation of Shambhala. Like if Shambhala is supposed to give like every soul kind of like maybe their ideal world or something.
すべての人類をシャンバラに転送するためのシステム。それが輪廻の獣だ。輪廻の獣はごく小さな生態機械の群体だ。そして輪廻の獣から生成される生態機械の粒子、 ブラフマン。ブラフマンは半永久的に自己増殖できる植物細胞を模して作られた。そして全人類に行き届くように大気中に散布された。このブラフマンが体内に浸透し、魂に同調する。同調した魂が転送準備に入れば、巨大な衛星軌道上の装置によって魂の転送を開始する。巨大な衛星軌道上の装置、これがあの三日月だ。計画は実行段階に入り、順調に思えた。
Okay. So, what he means by the crescent moon is the fucked up, like, mechanical thing that we see up in the sky, that we saw up in the sky as we're walking around and during certain, like, cutscenes. Like, you do see it in the sky. Like, it looks like a broken up, like, I guess, from what Brad says, a satellite. So it looks like a trash, kind of like satellite that's kind of like in pieces, like has some pieces and stuff that are obviously just floating up in space that we can see from Earth, so. Okay, you said you saw a tool, though. Where's the tool? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. Usually when he points out that he found a tool, usually I see like the shining like bit somewhere. But I am not seeing anything. Yeah, I'm not seeing shit. Nothing above us. Because usually once he points it out, we can, like an icon of it appears and we can just, like, see it if we're close by. So, I have no idea. It's whatever at this point. Maybe it's behind the door. There's some enemies. Yep. Okay. Hey, Mr. Invisible. Down.
だが人類を救うはずのブラフマンはやがて多くの人間の体内で有害に変異した。ブラフマンの拒絶反応によって引き起こされる症状、肺色症。増殖するブラフマン、人類を救うはずのものが人類の脅威に変わったんだ。ブラフマンを止めることは誰にもできなかった。輪廻の獣自らが管理権限を掌握していた。ブラフマンは増殖し続け、地球上の植物や生物に侵食して地上を覆い尽くした。もう分かっただろう。このブラフマンが汚れの正体だ。結局シャンバラに魂を送れない者がほとんどだった。現在の世界に残っているゴーレムはシャンバラに行けず肺色症になった者たちの慣れの果てだ。そしてゴーレムにもなれず肺色症になった人間たちは一部を残して死に絶えた。この世界のゴーレムや人間はシャンバラから取り残された人類の子孫ということだ。
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, this is clearing up a lot of what happened. Control.
ねえエマ、この戦いが終わったら都に行って輪廻の獣を倒したら、そうしたら一緒に暮らせるよね。
神楽、
私毎日おいしいご飯を作る。
今も美味しい。
もっとおいしいの。一緒に食べよう。
一緒に。
うん。クーも一緒に。エマとクーに食べてもらいたいもの、今から考えておかなきゃ。
Hey, where you're always thinking up new recipes and stuff, Kagura already. Like that's what we've been doing for pretty much like the entire game. Finding recipes, she learns them, she makes like the food, you know? Like girl, you've been doing that this whole time. Alright. There is... here. How do we... See, you would think as old... You would think as old as some of these, like, windows and stuff, like, I could just easily... Invisible wall. I could just easily, I don't know, just use my sword to, like, bash it in. You would think so. But apparently, we would be wrong. Alright, open this. Well, that's only one part. You gonna wake up?
問題はまだあった。シャンバラに転送された人類が現世への強力な機関衝動を持ち始めた。シャンバラを管理する輪廻の獣は機関衝動を何とか抑え込むことに成功したが、いずれシャンバラの民のこの世界への機関衝動が抑えられなくなる。だがただの人間の肉体では汚れを生き抜くことができない。新たな肉体が必要になった。それが汚れに適応できる人間。エマ、お前のような人型の腐食体、汚れ人だ。汚れ人は魂の容量を確保するため記憶も感情もなく生み出される。エマ、お前もそうして生み出されたんだ。
Because they needed the bodies to be a completely blank slate with nothing, with no memories, emotion, or whatnot. So that way, when the souls come back from Shambhala, and they could put a soul from Shambhala back into a body, then there's nothing to like there's nothing to fight it, to override it or anything, because the body has no soul, no memories, no emotion. So the soul coming back from Shambhala can just, you know, fill in all of that. Which is why Violet was having an issue when Violet went into Emma's body, because Emma started to already develop a soul of her own, which these blank slate bodies are not supposed to do. So, but considering from what Brad said, they didn't think that the Beast of Reincarnation, the what did he call it? The Barum or whatnot? They didn't think that that thing would cause a reaction and pretty much make the blight happen, so I don't think they're really the wisest of testing things out and making sure they work the way they're supposed to. Because it really feels like this is stuff that should have been tested a lot thoroughly before, I don't know, unleashing something onto an entire planet. You'd think you would have thoroughly tested that before unleashing that on the whole planet. Just saying. Alright, Brad, next part of the story. At the next part of the backstory, or what? Or are you done talking? All these golems on the floor make me think they're gonna wake up and we have to fight them. Alright, so now we got power. So now we can flip that switch. Oh, what did I tell you? See, things were too quiet.
グー、分かってる。離れてたけど一緒に戦えてる。最後まで一緒に戦う。
Oh, you damn right, Emma.
そう。
We're together to the end here. A girl and her dog. Well, specifically in this case, a girl and her big-ass wolf.
今ここまで来たんだな。最初は俺はお前を利用していた。
Well, that was obvious.
都の王、そして輪廻の獣を倒すため、ただお前を意志のない兵士として扱った。だがもう違う。エマ、進めば輪廻の獣と戦うための鍵がある。戦えばどうなるかわからない。お前はもう決められるだろう。決めるんだ。
どうするんじゃ。
私は答えが知りたい。
答え？
ブラッドが何をしようとしたのか、どうして私がここにいるのか。ブラッドは私よりずっと何かを成し遂げたかった。意志を持っていた。 私は人の意志、人の心に、ブラッドの心に近づきたい。
そうか、行くのじゃな。
After Emma and Violet have their in mind discussion there. But yeah. I don't want to keep walking while they're talking, because I don't want to accidentally go too far and then it cuts off all of the exposition dialogue that they're talking about. Because I do want to know, like, what, you know, like, what happened, what, like, what the backstory and stuff is. So I don't want to miss that. Which is why when they stop talking, when they start talking, I kind of stop and I'm like, alright, let me let them finish before I keep going. Are there enemies here? There's an item here, there's a store. Oh, it's an egg. Hey, I don't have any more room to make more chickens, okay? So these fertilized eggs are kind of just sitting here at this point. An unknown egg. Is that supposed to be a golden one? I assume it's a golden egg. Is that it? Okay, it's just a regular egg apparently. In front of lab. Okay. I'm assuming it's gonna say when we get to the layer, I assume. When we're gonna fight the beast. I mean, not the beast yet, but whatever monster is guarding what we need to defeat the beast of reincarnation. Ooh. Ah, that's a level 5 one. Boost experience by... No, that's 7%. And this is 5%, so no. Oh, boost experience by 10%. Alright. So we're good on that. Ooh, it's a sword. What sword is this? Is it a really powerful sword? I would like a really powerful sword.
戦うのか。かんざし。俺の人生をかけてもこの一振りしか作れなかった。元は輪廻の獣の増殖を止めるための鍵だ。輪廻の獣は 汚れの力で急速再生する。だがかんざしで攻撃すれば汚れの結合を強制的に解除し再生ができなくなる。その後はお前の力で戦うしかない。
Yeah, it's all up to your skill at that point.
俺はどんな結末であっても悔いはない。エマ、お前と話す時間は悪くなかったよ。俺はここまでだ。じゃあな。
Well, he's giving you the tool. He showed you the way to the tool to defeat it. Now it's up to your skill to use it. Imbued with the power to prevent resurrection. Wait, is that an actual... No, it's not an actual blade. I wish it was an actual, like, weapon. Like, that would have been sweet. Boy, this is a lot of stuff that we've gotten. Would have been nice if it was an actual, like, weapon that we can, like, use. Because I think it's just gonna be, like, it's just, like, probably something that's gonna be during a cutscene, and that's pretty much it. Like, it would have been nice if it was, like, an actual weapon that we could, like, use to fight with. Sneaky bastard. They got up and were like trying to sneak attack me. Six more. At this point, I don't even think we have 6 more left. It's probably... At this point, it's most likely the, like in the areas that we were at, and we probably like missed them, most likely. So it's probably areas that we have to go back to and just like go around again and see if Ku finds something. Alright, let's see if this guy has any new things.
いらっしゃい。
Oh, okay. Anything important though? Not at all. Nope.
もういいので
Alright, so you got nothing.
お気をつけて。
Alright, let's... Because this is the layer, right? Yep. Alright, so let's go back to the walker and do the character like interactions.
ただいま。
この辺りの景色、私は嫌いじゃありません。はっきりとは覚えていませんが、私の故郷に似ている気がします。
故郷。いつか帰る場所？
そうですね。けど、もう帰れない。きっとそんな場所です。エマには故郷は？
私は生まれた場所の記憶はない。だからみんなといた場所が帰る場所なんだと思う。きっと私にとってはここが帰る場所。
そっか、ここが帰る場所か。
変？
いいえ、嬉しいですよ。もう機体もボロボロ。けど、神楽と一緒に待ってます。必ず帰ってきてくださいね。
うん、わかった。
trying to see how many swords we have.
ルラットは意志を告げる人をずっと少し私兄さん
There's nothing for you to check to see if there's anything Makoto says differently. I don't think so.
エマ、僕はもう都にいる。エマとももうすぐ会えるかな。それじゃあ、またね。
Okay, well, that's that. I'm surprised Kunai is still an option to call. Especially after what happened, it's like, why is she still a call option? Kind of funny. Nah. Finish those recipes. Nice, nice, nice. So she's working on... Oh, fruit punch now. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Kagura, what's going on with you?
そういえばバウエラが初めて話した時はすっごく驚いた
I bet. I'd be shocked too.
でもいてくれて心強かった。バウエラもご飯食べられたらよかったのにな。
Yeah, then she could try your cooking.
でもバウエラはそこにいるだけで嬉しいんだって。いつか一緒にご飯を食べたいな。
Oh. Oh, that's sweet. That was a little short, sweet scene. That's it?
ここに
Yeah,
は
and then she just says the same thing. Okay. Alright. Let's go to bed.
た
Alright, what are we gonna
食べ
eat?
たいものを選んで。
Kind of running out of important things. We'll probably do white rice. Let me see.
ご飯は体を作るからすごく大事。
Or we could do the strawberry sandwich. Gives us more crit rate.
エマ、悩んでる？
White rice gives us a little bit more defense and crit rate. And then this.
でも食べるものって迷
It's
っ
just
ちゃうよね。
defense and
も
crit
のも
rate.
限られて
It's
る
the
し。
same amount of crit rate. But I think the
ごめん、
defense is.
静かにしてるね。
Yeah, the
ゆっ
defense
く
is
り
two.
選んで。
Excuse me, 2 points higher. Yeah, fuck it, we'll go with this.
それにする？ また食べたい。
A little bit more defense. It's fine. If anything, that just means on the next sleepy trip, on the next sleepy time, we'll just do the other one. That's pretty much what that means. We'll just do the other one next time. Get a little bit more crit rate and defense. Alright, mister. What do you got? Whoa. Get out of here. Come on, phase 2. Cause it ain't the end of the boss fight until we get the lethal command where we can get the execution scene. So let's go. Yeah. Well, don't he looked pretty. Ew. Ah, bullshit. I dodged. Motherfucker. That's bullshit. Hang it. Koo, can you do something? Thank you. Bullshit. I did that before. He has a lot of unblockable attacks, I will say that. I dodged, but whatever. Eat a dick, sir. There you go. Oh, there you go. Plunge that sword right into its fucking skull. Alright, what ability are we gonna get from this? Oh! Eyes. Okay, well, there's the little, well, the big plant that it turns into. Oh. Oh, that's a little different. Oh, there you go. There you go. There's the upgrade. The new skill. Hey, and then the skies get clearer. At least the weather gets better when we kill these things. Oh, Violet, what's going on with you? Yes, we are.
いよいよじゃな。すべての因果が都で決着がつく。エマ、クー、お前たちはこの戦いが終わったらどうするつもりじゃ。
I don't know, settle down with Kagura, live like a little
我
family. I
は
don't
こ
know.
の戦いの結末が怖い。
大丈夫。私が選んだ未来がどうなるかわからない。けどバイオレットとはずっと一緒にいる。
ああ、そうじゃな。
Ah. Okay. Oh, it's enhanced big slam move.
ここにはこんな。
wash up as always. Check our skills. Where the fuck is it?
食べたいものを選んで。
What was that other thing that gave us more rate? No, it wasn't. It wasn't the soybeans.
エマ、悩んでる？
Here we go. It was the strawberry sandwich, right? Yeah, it was the strawberry sandwich.
でも食べるものって迷っちゃうよね。物もそれにする？
Here we go. More crit rate.
神楽の料理は美味しい。
都の王からの広域通信。回線開きます。
浄化兵に次ぐ。一刻も早く都へ集うのだ。期限はもう間もなく。その期限が人類すべての期限。未来の人類のために急げ、浄化兵。
We'll see about that, Administrator.
もうすぐ都です。急ぎましょう。
神楽。神楽。
Chapter 10, Malefect, done. Alright, so now we're up to chapter 11. I'm telling you, it has to be the spread of the blight in Kagura.
診断の結果が出ました。肺色症です。
Yep, exactly.
肺色症。汚れに触れた現世人類が抗えぬ病。
いつからなの？
おそらくお河内にて腐食体と接触した時にすでに汚れが入り込んでいたのでしょう。
まさか出発の時からか。
全く痕跡も残さずに潜伏していました。
No, we saw it
このままだと
on her neck.
全身を汚れに蝕まれ、一月も持たずに死に至るでしょう。
何か手はない？
大丈夫です。都で治療すればいい。都に住む人間は肺色症を完全に克服しています。
何？一体どうやったというのじゃ。ブラッドの話では現世人類は汚れに抵抗できぬはずじゃ。
Yeah, we'll see about that.
都の人間はインプラントと呼ばれる小型の生体機械を摂取しています。
小型の機械。輪廻の獣と同じ。
そうです。戦士文明の残した技術です。都にインプラントを体内に取り込む装置があるはずです。それを探しましょう。
わかった。行こう。
時間がありません。輪廻の獣も迫っています。
急ぐぞ、エマ。
神楽、待ってて。
Why do I get the feeling there's a catch here somewhere? besides the fact of all the, obviously we're gonna have to do a lot of fighting to get to it, because it's not, I don't think they're gonna freely give it to us, especially when the administrator clearly wants us dead. Hey, we finally approached the beginning of the game. Yep, see, there you go. See?
不織雲が接近。やはり来たわ。主よ。
回避は
不可能。3分後に腐食の圏内に入るわ。
このままだと囲まれる。出るしかない。ここで止めて。揺らさないで。
了解。移動停止。
See, now we're at the beginning. See? Because this is repeating some of the cutscenes from the beginning. So pretty much telling you, like, yeah, you caught up to the beginning of the game now. So now we're all up to speed, caught up to speed on everything that has happened.
神楽、行ってきます。行こう。
And this is why they didn't know. Because it took a while for the mark to creep up Kagura's neck. Alright, boy. We here. We are here. Finally, we caught up to everything. Yup, we're doing this now. Oh yeah, we're doing the back to the beginning of the game.
Emma, あと30秒で汚れが到達。カウントダウンする。
大丈夫。もう見えてる。クー、できるだけ神楽から離れる。
See, now we have all the context for everything that was happening in the beginning. Which means we're gonna be finally fighting, what was it, Shinobu, hopefully for the final time. We're actually gonna fucking kill him this time. Like, make sure we kill this asshole now. Because once we got to the top here, we fought Shinobu, so hopefully this will be the final fight for him. Because he has definitely been a pain in my ass.
むしかないぞ。
巣が汚れに覆われた。でもこの一帯の腐食体を通して汚れの濃度を下げるの。主の巣が開いたの。進んで。
Jesus Christ. That's a lot of meat we're getting. Hey yo. Okay, I'm assuming Kagura is out of commission for any companion events. Oh no, there's a companion episode apparently. Alright, hold on, we'll see. Let's just get our upgrades real quick. Let's see, did that resurrect? Yeah, that actually did resurrect all the enemies. Interesting. Alright, let's see. Oh, he's cooking in Kagura's place. The effects of the food haven't changed, but the flavor is a little lacking. That's funny. I do appreciate that little flavor text at the end. That's actually pretty funny. Flavor text. I like how apparently we're just gonna spend the night while bombings continue to happen. It's just funny.
少し子供っぽい呼び方だったので。
Hold on, what you say?
兄さん、もう記憶の劣化が激しい。顔も思い出せない。けど、昔は兄さんなんて呼んでなかった。少し子供っぽい呼び方だったので恥ずかしいですね。
Can't talk to Kagura right now. I would have assumed so. Alright. Punch Ultimate. That gives us a pretty big crit rate boost. Getting closer to 50. Because, hey, if we could get to 50, then that means we're gonna be critting half the time at the very least. And then maybe I can dump some points into the crit damage skill. I like how he says that, and it's like, you know the place is getting, like, bombing and, like, explosions everywhere. Apparently, he does not notice any of this. Alright, you ready, Shinobu? It's time for me to whoop your ass! It's a long time coming from the beginning of the game.
シド。
エマ、ついに来たか。その顔、貴様、葛藤を得たな。葛藤こそ、感情の、意志の、魂の母体。なぜだ。貴様は完璧な、空虚な器のはずだ。器に満たすべき魂は俺の妹エリカ以外他にない。操り人形であるべきのお前が。
操り人形。
そうだ、俺もお前も本来は操り人形だ。エマ、貴様の感情を消し去ってくれる。そうすればエリカの器の完成だ。エリカ、シャンバラから帰還する時が来た。エマを器とするため、食らえ。
Oh, that's what Shinobu means for
気をつけよ。以前よりはるかに力を増しておる。
Oh my god, stop looking. Oh my god. And then he just goes under and I can't do. Oh my god. Get over here. Because you're the main one I need to worry about.
けるなど許されん。
空の技使えるぞ。
Bullshit. Yo, I'm clicking in the thing. Yo, click in the thing so I can fucking hit him. Ow. Fuck out of here.
空の技使えるぞ。
Get the fuck out of here.
どうして俺は葛藤を許されなかったんだ。なぜ選べなかったのだ。なぜこんなに空虚に生まれてきたのだ。すべてを持たない俺に存在意義はないのか。俺は自分が世界にいる意味を選びたかった。だが世界は俺に葛藤を与えず、ただ選択肢を奪うだけだった。だから俺はこの世界を許さないぞ。なあ、エリカ。
Oh, thank God there wasn't a second phase. What new ability are we getting? Ah, flashbang again.
シート。
Oh, called a glimpse of, I guess, the memories? Well, Shinobu's memories. It's like they combined into like one tree when we beat them.
ついに都、この時が来たのじゃな。真実はもう目の前じゃ。なあエマ、指導が言っておった葛藤の話じゃが、操り人形 色体である指導の行動は全て操られていたのではないか。ひょっとすると苦内も操られていた者自身が選択することなく、葛藤もない。
なら私も操られている。
わからぬ。じゃが指導が言うには、すでにエマは意志を持っておると。輪廻の獣が全ての腐食体を操っていると考えていたが、ブラッドの言うように輪廻の獣も作られたものなら、全ての腐食体は輪廻の獣も含めて操られている。我の継ぎはぎの記憶にまだ存在しない何か。
That makes sense.
何か。
輪廻の獣もまた人に作られたもの、それを操る者がおる。そうか。シャンバラに住み、シャンバラから見て操るもの。プレイヤーじゃ。
Oh. Chapter 11, Budding Realization. Done. So now chapter 12. Oh, the twists just keep coming. The revelations all over the place. Plus, it's very obvious, Cooney is being controlled by the promise of bringing back a loved one, so that's kind of obvious.
見えました。都です。
あれが。
まさか。
What is it, all fucked up? Or the doors just wide open?
汚れの森。汚れの森が都に。
Oh, okay. It's already being
こ
infected.
の反応は輪廻の獣。
なんじゃと。
都の中枢に主、それに腐食体の反応も多数。原因不明。輪廻の獣の到達が早まった。いや、この侵食はわずかな時間で起きたものじゃない。中は一体どうなってるのか不明。
Well, that's for us to find out.
このまま進もう。わからないならこの目で判断する。神楽のために私は行く。バウエラ、行き先を教えて。
エマ。
Hey, Emma, are both of your eyes different colors
エマ
now?
の言う通りです。ですが、エマ、この浄化線を中枢近くまで進めます。
どうして？
この場所はあなたの家、安らぎの場所です。敵地にあなただけを向かわせるわけにはいきません。一緒に進みましょう。大丈夫。神楽は任せて。
バウエラ、ありがとう。
さあ、進みましょう。
Well, it's nice that the walker's soul, woke up and everything. Lend a very good helping hand at this point. The capital. We're finally here. As we make our way to finally confront the Beast of Reincarnation. And obviously, we're gonna have to go through a couple of obstacles before we even get there. So, because obviously we still have Kunai to fight. So,
ここなら大丈夫でしょう。都の情報はすでにインストールされています。神楽を治療するためのインプラント治療ポットの位置を後ほどお送りします。それと都の王の場所も。
Yeah, so we could kill that asshole.
地上部には腐食体の反応が多数。今消耗するわけにはいきません。正面突破は避けた方がいいでしょう。地下から侵入して都の中枢へ向かってください。侵入ルートは案内します。
わかった。
Oh. We got a sword out of that too. Sweet. Slowly working our way up to the bud here that hasn't blossomed yet. Have anything?
エマ、都の中は腐食体の反応だらけです。 いよいよ最後の戦いになります。気をつけて。
I will definitely do that. Take the greatest of care. As long as you take the greatest of care of Kagura right now.
神楽の敗色症は少しずつ進行しておるようじゃ。
治療ポット見つけないと。神楽、日記をずっと書いてた。
ああ、お前たちのことが書かれておるのじゃな。
誕生日お祝いするって言った。
Hold on. Because it's kind of distracting me. There we go. Alright, we're all good now.
神楽の敗色症は少しずつ進行しておるようじゃ。
治療ポット見つけないと。神楽、日記をずっと書いてた。
ああ、お前たちのことが書かれておるのじゃな。
誕生日お祝いするって言った。
機会は来る。神楽がお前たちのことを日記に書く日もきっとまた。
I love the optimism from Emma and Violet here. They're like, nah, we're gonna get this done. We are going to save. We're gonna save our little girl here, and we're gonna beat the shit out of anyone who gets in our way. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Hey Makoto, you're still here?
エマももう都にいるの？都は腐食体だらけだ。気をつけて。
Yo, Makoto, why don't you come to us? And that way you could chill in here, you know? At the very least, you could probably help take care of, Kagura while she's, you know, bedridden at the moment. Oh, excuse me. Alright. We did everything. Okay. Let's go and see what we're dealing with.
あの場所が侵入ルートです。
Hey, look, there's a camp right there.
あそこを通ってインプラント治療ポットに向かってください。
分かった。行こう、クー。
I'm just curious. Oh, okay.
何かあるの？クー。
食事はとってくださいね。私の作った料理なら用意できます。神楽ほど美味しくはできませんが。
大丈夫。もう何を食べても味はしなくなった。
そう。
戻ったら食べるから。
はい、そうしてくださいね。
クー、何か珍しいものがあるの？何かあるの？何かあるの？ 野営地、ここで休めそう。
Okay, well, the sword there kind of glitched. Kind of bugged out there. It went to the sheath, and then it went right back into Emma's hand.
クー、敵だ。敵は4分。クー、囲まれないようにしよう。
Oh my god, there's... God, how many of them are... How many of you are there? Like, in one shot. At least they get... Oh my my god. These guys are annoying. Jesus Christ. That was a fucking madhouse. Like, I did not know there were like 3 purifiers in that one area. Like, I saw the one. I had no idea there were like 2 extra buddies of his there. I'm curious, do they resurrect? Yeah, they do. I was wondering, I was like, did they? Where is... Hold up. Not what I wanted. Hey! Hands up. Welcome back, Tribe. Thank you for the raid. Hopefully the podcast went well and everyone had fun. Jesus. I really wish this was organized a little better, because we have way too many of these charms. Try said, yeah, it's always a good time talking Magic. Magic the Gathering, for anyone wondering. But that's cool. Everyone have fun. We're getting some good XP out of this thing. Ah, shit. It's one of those. I thought we could have, like, snuck an ambush, but... Oh my god, all of these are... Are they both? No, just this main guy here. I thought both of them were, like, an elite, enemy. Ow. Motherfucker. Okay, now you're just annoying me. Stop throwing shit at me. Shisha! There you go. As a wise friend once said. Okay. Is there... Nope.
まだお腹空いてないね。
Eat that. Oh,
あの光、
campsite.
野
And
営
you.
地。
Where let's see. Let's check something real quick before I leave. Hey, no problem, Tri. We'll still be here when you get back. Alright, where is... Trying to figure out...
クー、敵がいる。クー。
Figure out where... How do I get to that? Oh, there had to be a turn somewhere that I was not seeing. What you got? Oh, there was a skull. Nice. Get some... Redeem that for some amber. Wow, that was literally just one bit of amber out of that. That's funny. Alright, let's go back to the camp and then proceed to where we were going. Boom, boom. I thought we just slide through. Oh, shit. It's a big boy.
もしこんなところで
今のお前ならやれる。ところで終われぬ。
Hey, get back over here. Hey, no problem, no problem, guy. Thank you for, stopping by to say hello before you head off to bed. As always, sweet dreams, guy. Have some pleasant sleep. Come on. Get back over here. Oh, shit. Come on, bro. You're almost dead. You're gonna evolve. Yep, phase 2. Let's go. Come on. Come on, you annoying mutated boar. That's bullshit. It said I avoided it, and I still got hit. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, get out of here. Right in the skull. You always make sure to, like, get them right in the brain. Usually. usually stab him right in the brain. Alright, what ability are we getting from this? The passing out thing is kind of not extremely necessary right now, considering we're kind of on the clock to try to save Kagura. So I don't think we can afford passing out for an indeterminate amount of time and, you know, waste valuable time.
倒れてる場合じゃない。早く治療ポットを見つけないと。
Well, Emma, we would be getting there quickly if you didn't pass out every time we kill one of these bosses. Well, for the most part, every time we kill one of these bosses. Hey, can't we open this? Is that way the walker? Oh.
まだお腹す。
I'm trying to. I was like, I'm trying to get what Ku is trying to give me. Here we go. Acquire skills. Here we go. Oh, okay, I don't have it equipped. I was wondering, I was like, do I have it equipped? Just like, no, I don't. Just making sure. Because if I did, then I'd just swap it for the more powerful version. this was to get to the boss faster when it would run. But thankfully I just stood in place and then he just ran right back towards me. So it was like I didn't really have to chase him around, but nice to know there were options just in case. Just in case I did have to run after him during that boss fight. So we're gonna get down this ramp faster. Or at least attempt to.
あった。
ああ、これが治療ポットじゃな。バウエラを呼ぼう。カグラをここに連れてくるのじゃ。
She just now woke up. Like, hey, I just realized.
どこに行く
Where am I?
絶対ちゃんと帰ってきて。約束お願い。うん。約束。エマ。
もしエマを見失うようなことがあったら、クーを信じてついていけ。エマとクーはつながっている。クーは必ずエマを見つける。
Now Kagura can hear and
も
see
し我がいな
Violet.
くなったら、カグラ、お前がエマを探すのじゃ。
Not for nothing, for this to be a medical pod, the thing looks like very rusty and fucked up.
バイオレット。
いや、なんでもない。行くぞ。
Clearly, they did not kept this appearance to look functional.
来たか、エマ。あの日、輪廻の獣の汚れを受け、各地の人類は追い詰められた。その時、輪廻の獣が私に語りかけたのだ。人は新たな人類に進化して生きるべきだと。私は輪廻の獣と手を組み、人類を進化させる計画を進めた。インプラントによって都の民は汚れを克服したと思い込んだが、しかしひとたびあるスイッチを発動すれば、インプラントは次のフェーズに移行する。 選別だ。インプラントに選ばれた優れた人類だけが汚れ人となり、選ばれなかった者は腐食体として生きる。輪廻の獣が完全に復活すれば、この世界の大気がインプラントで満たされる。それこそがサンサーラ・ブロッサム、人類の改正による進化だ。しかし輪廻の獣も悠久の時を経て劣化し、新たなる肉体を探していた。新たなる肉体とは、体内の汚れ純度を極限まで高めた汚れ人だ。そのためにコロニーを建築し、汚れ人を量産し増やす計画を立てた。この計画を終えるまで、私と人類は生き残ることを許された。人類の起源だ。しかしこたびの器の選定でそれももう終わる。現世人類は死に絶え、汚れの中で生きていける汚れ人の世が始まるのだ。さあ、私は奥の間だ。器のエマよ、来るがよい。
Ah, it's finally done. He really loves to hear himself talk, doesn't he? Anyway. Well, at least we know what his plan is. Oh, there he is. This big-ass hologram was apparently the one talking. Hologram of all the beats and everything going on. There we go now. Much better now. There you go, his big ass hologram disappeared.
Yaechi, ここで休めそう。
I'm guessing this is where we're gonna fight Kuni. Kuni, I mean. Whatever. However do you pronounce her name, but this is probably where we're gonna fight her. Again. Because I would assume that, I don't know, he would have her act like his guard, like his bodyguard, I would assume. Yeah, because look at this very obvious boss arena. Unless you're gonna fight me yourself.
北かエマ、輪廻の獣の器よ。
こやつが都の王。
服事をしろ、器よ。新たな人類の主もわからぬ愚か者め。
Oh.
行け！
Anything else?
「さすがにただのゴーレムではかなわぬか。来ない！
See, I knew you had her in your back pocket. Like, come on.
苦内も計画によって生み出された器の子。ついに器の選定の最終フェーズだ。行け、苦内！
Out of here.
Kunai.
I thought you were gonna like cut off her robot arm.
あの子、神楽はどうした？
私はかつて弟を守れなかった。私だけが汚れ人として生き残った。
Well, there's who the loved one was.
お前は何のために戦う？
That
その
the
力
administrator promised to resurrect.
そうか。同じ複製品と思っていたが、煮えではかなわぬわけよ。輪廻の獣は最初からエマ、お前を選んでいたのだな。さあ、煮えをくらえ、エマよ。器としての完成の時だ。
Yeah, I kind of figured she was gonna do that.
エマ、輪廻の獣を倒すんだろう。私の汚れを取り込め。この力を渡せば器は完成してしまう。けどもはやお前は操り人形じゃない。私はお前になら運命を委ねてもいい。だから私の力を受け取ってくれ。
Lies.
押し付けるために渡すんじゃない。お前が生きるための力だ。
くない。
私のようにはなるな、エマ。
姉さん、くない姉さん。
お前は生きろ。
Alright, what power is this gonna give us? Huh? Oh! Flashbang again. Jesus. What's up with this game and constantly flashbanging me?
これが私のすべての記憶。やはり鍵は私だったんだ。私が輪廻の獣の起動鍵。
Yeah, we kind of figured that out when the beast was like talking to you. Like I think that was kind of easy to put together once you started having kind of regular conversations with the beast towards a section of the game. So okay, but more importantly, is Kagura safe right now? Oh, did Kunai leave us her sword?
王の間の奥に巨大な汚れの反応。これが輪廻の獣。
I believe.
エマ、 いよいよ最後の戦いです。先に進むと戻ることはできないでしょう。最後の戦いに向けて準備をしてください。
Oh, there you go.
必ず帰ってきて。
Okay. So, I would assume Kunai, I don't know, somehow brought us back to the Walker? Mm-hmm. She seemed like she was kind of fucked up, so... if she was able to bring to haul us unconscious Ku and Emma back over here. Assuming that Ku didn't wake up first to help, which would be probably the more preferred thing to happen. And there's no. Don't need that. Got 3 golden eggs out of that. Here, a farewell gift. Take it. Oh, well, at least we know that Kunai's not dead. I thought she would have... I thought she was gonna die, so... thankfully that means that there is... some hope that she could... be back in the future, I guess. Because you know what they say, if you don't see a dead body, then they're technically alive. Oh, we got 2 levels out of that. Sweet. Well, at least the administrator is dead. So, that's a plus. So I'm assuming beating the beast of reincarnation is what's gonna finally open the flower at the top of the tree here. Got that. All that is great. those flowers really bunched up on the ponytail, didn't they? Looks nice. Cruz is a little bit less elegant, but it's nice with all the flowers everywhere. So at least it gives it a little bit of variety there. Where is Makoto, how you doing?
エマももう都にいるの？都は腐食体だらけだ。気をつけて。
Okay, not much to say. I'm surprised we didn't run into him yet. Like, if he's supposed to be at the capital, you'd think, considering the commotion and everything, we would have ran into him at some point. Kunai does not want to be found now. There's a lot of valuables. I'm curious. Oh, okay, they did. I was like, did anyone open the door for you? Okay. I just wanted to see if somebody opened the door instead of having to go around. Yo, not for nothing, the floor is so reflective, it almost looked like it didn't load in for a second. Just wondering.
クー、もう戻れない。君と一緒に戦うのもこれで最後だ。行こう、クー。
Chapter 12. End. Yay! So the end of chapter 12. So apparently there's 13 chapters, which I assume the 13th chapter is literally just gonna be fighting the beast and then all the wrap up and everything.
この声は呼んでる。森の奥。
Oh. Oh, there's Makoto. Were you the beast the entire time?
ミコト、どうしてここに？
エマ、僕の探し物が見つかったからさ。エマ、ついてきて。
See, I did say it was odd that we
リン
didn't
ネ
run
の
into
獣
him.
は
着いた。ここがすべての汚れを滑る場所。
Yeah, it's pulsing.
ミコトに反応している。
すべての汚れの中核に共鳴する存在。まさかそんな存在がおるとすれば。
僕がリンネの獣だよ。僕
knew it.
はサンサーラブロッサムを起こすためにここにエマを導いた。そのためのプログラムエマ。君はエマシリーズその1個体。エマシリーズは願いを書き記したプログラムを持つ。その願いはやがて意志となり、目的を達成する。よくたどり着いてくれたね、エマ。
一体何のために？
バイオレット。知っているでしょ？ここまで来たんだもの。君を突き動かす存在、バイオレット。僕はバイオレットのためにこの計画を進めてきた。
我のために。
バイオレットが幸せに生きる世界を作りたい。
そのためにこんなことを。
君のためなら何だってできるさ。少し昔の話をしよう。僕の故郷シャンバラの話よ。シャンバラは2000年前の現世を複製再構築した世界。
Hey, those are the murals that we were
そこには
seeing.
現世への転生を望むプレイヤーが住んでいる。
That we were traveling around and were
彼らは自らの転生のために危機として腐食体を操る。そして彼らの集合的無意識によって僕、輪廻の獣の意志も操られていた。僕はシャンバラ世界自体を作り上げる役目も持つんだ。意志を操られていた僕は理想の世界を思い描くことができなかった。シャンバラも現世と同じ争いや差別、貧困、現世と同じく苦悩していた。そんな時、バイオレットと出会った。バイオレットはプレイヤーから選ばれる巫女。シャンバラが生まれてから何代も続いた巫女の家系。巫女はシャンバラの管理者である僕を唯一管理し起動できる存在。けど同時に僕は世界を司る全知全能の管理者。どの巫女にも怯え、畏怖、嘘の笑み。けどバイオレットは他の巫女とは違った。そしてバイオレットは言ったんだ。
まだ争いも差別も貧困もあるけど美しさもある。私はあなたの作ったシャンバラを愛している。
その時、作り物の僕が初めて人間を愛そうと思った。同時に僕が魂を獲得した瞬間だった。温かい、まばゆく美しい時間が続いた。そして願いが叶うなら同じ人として触れ合いたかった。けどシャンバラの一部が崩壊。シャンバラが存在する月面サーバーに物理破損が起きたせいだ。バイオレットはそのせいで強制的に不完全に現世に転送された。
そうじゃ。我には現世に来た頃抑えられない衝動があった。会いたいと。しかし誰に会いたいのかも思い出せなかった。強い思いは残っていても記憶は取り戻せなかった。
僕にはバイオレットの行方は分からなかった。僕はこの世界の脆弱さと自分を呪った。僕はバイオレットを探すため何度も現世で肉体を入れ替え生きながらえてきた。けどバイオレットはいつどこに転生するのかわからなかった。だから魂を嗅ぎ分ける犬神の一族とこの体で分離した。そして1000年の時を数え、ようやく犬神の一族の末裔がバイオレットが転生した肉体を見つけ出した。犬神の一族の末裔、それがクー。そしてバイオレットの魂が宿ったのがエマ、君だよ。不完全な定着だけど転生はなった。犬神の一族は代を重ねて役目が消えかかっていた。クーが出会えたのは奇跡だったよ。輪廻の獣の器としてのエマ、そして 輪廻の獣の非道鍵であるバイオレットの覚醒、すべて揃った。これで僕もバイオレットも一緒に生きられる世界を作れる。エマ、クー、僕とバイオレットのために輪廻の獣になってくれるかい？
ミコト、ダメ。私がわからないの。
ミコト、バイオレットは私のそばにいる。教えてミコト、輪廻の獣が復活したらこの世界はどうなる？
バイオレットが幸せに生きる世界。汚れ人も迫害されず、脆弱でもなく永遠に続く世界。
この世界の人はどうなるの？
都の王が言った通り、汚れに耐えられない者はすべて腐食体として生きる。そうだ。僕はバイオレッ
So
トが
that
幸
part
せ
of
な
the
ら
madness
そ
was
れでいい。
actually true.
ミコト、やめて、そんなのダメよ。
So the administrator wasn't entirely crazy.
ミコト、私には人の心はわからない。ミコトにとってバイオレットは大切な人。けど私にとってもこの世界はバイオレット、クー、カグラ、大切な人がいる場所。私が守りたい。いつかみんなが帰る場所だから、それを壊すなら私は戦う。
そうか、君には届かないのか。なら君を倒して手に入れるしかない。
Okay. Well, that is certainly a look.
君と僕が一つになれば、輪廻の獣は進化して
I like how his level says infinite.
どうして理解できない？
Certainly saying your damage is not, the damage you're taking is not infinite. I will say that. Ow. Motherfucker. Shit. Do something. The fuck over here. Shit. Did that just break the shield so that way we're able to kill him? I assume that's what it means.
体が再生できない。
Yep.
そうか。
Okay, so time for round
解
2.
析を終えていた。けどエマ、それでも君に僕が
I took away your cheat code, asshole. Good thing my defense is pretty high. I could tank a bunch of hits. Eh. Jesus. Nope. Stop. Time freeze.
ここまで育ったんだね。けどその力は僕が与えた力。返してもらうよ。
Wow, he could literally just take everything away. Well, except for that one bud that hasn't bloomed yet. What's this? Round 3 again? Jesus Christ. Shit. Okay, now this is... Yep. Okay. Oh, I don't have my time freeze now. This is gonna suck. Oh. Oh, okay. I just had to bring him down to a certain amount of health. Shit. Oh, thankfully that's not as graphic as that could have been. The giant gaping hole. Oh, shit. Cool wet beaster mode. That wasn't great. Jeez, I'm surprised you're fucking alive. Like, that would look like a pretty gaping hole that would have been, like, your entire torso. Oh, there you go. It's gonna bloom for both of them. We're just gonna take all our abilities back. The power of regeneration. Yeah, I have the power of regeneration now, fuckwad. Oh, there you go. Yo, I'm just tanking everything right now. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Nice.
そうか。一緒には行けないんだね。
Nice catch.
命の起源が生まれた。バイオレット、君のそばにいたかった。それだけが願いだ。
You probably could have, just not this way. Okay, all that adrenaline kind of wore out. Oh, chapter 13. The bloom then fall. End. I guess chapter 14 now. Oh, Kagura is getting out of her medical pod? Is she good? Is she good? Girl, you have a long ways to run.
ダメ。私と一緒になることはない。君だけは生きて。これは今までの空が感じた感情。ありがとう、空。あったかいよ。君や神楽、バイオレット。もう少し一緒に生きたか。
Oh, she shed a tear. There you go. Tears. Oh, and that thing spread like nobody's business. That thing was all over her face now. Oh. Tear bring doggy back? Tear bring Wolfie back? There you go, there you go. Wolfie will live. There you go, cool. Get your butt up.
どうしてわからなかったんだろう。バリエット、これでいいんだよね。最後に一度だけ輪廻の力を使うよ。さようなら、エマ。生きて。
Ah, my eyes. Ah, you blinded me. Wait, does that mean Violet's gone too, or what? Oh, and then now he sheds a tear. Oh. a normal deer for once. Oh, what the fuck? Should we be concerned for the satellite or whatnot that looks like it's about to crash into the planet? Oh, okay, well, Violet's still around. I guess you pretty much saw Makoto off to the afterlife.
エマの魂を感じる。一緒におるのか。くん、お前ならエマの器を見つけられる。けど魂の劣化が始まってる。このままでは持たぬな。お願い、絶対帰ってくるって約束したじゃない。お願い、帰ってきて。それまで我がお前のそばで劣化を食い止めよう。器が見つかる頃には我はおそらく消えておるじゃろうな。だからこれで最後。エマ、目を覚ましても寂しがるでないぞ。エマ、ずっと一緒にいるからな。
Oh, shit.
Emma とクーはつながっている。クーは必ずエマを見つける。クーは見つけてくれる。そう、ここにエマはいないのね。行こう、クー。
Because if you use the power of reincarnation, wouldn't that mean she would be reborn somewhere else?
お願い、もう少し動いて。
Okay, well, I'm not moving anything. Did she get resurrected in her tiny little shed that she lived in before this whole grand adventure started? Oh, okay, no, this is a different spot. That would have been funny though. She gets resurrected in her tiny little shack. The fuck is that? Not for nothing, this is a pretty extensive ending. Like, I was fully expecting a cliffhanger. Like, Hagura and Ku go on a journey to, like, find her.
これはエマ。
Hey, it's Violet. Well, Emma technically was meant to be a vessel for Violet, so... them looking the same and whatnot makes sense. Except clearly Emma was a lot more, like, grown up. Hey, y'all look closer in age now. Oh, excuse me. Hey, be careful running in that. That's a little tight on the legs, you might fall. Yet again, that's a big ass tree. Oh, epilogue and bearing fruit. That's gonna be some big fruit from that big ass tree. Oh, we're done. There you go, credits. And absolutely nobody I recognize on that English cast. be right back. I need to use the bathroom while the credits play real quick. Be right back. Okay. But yeah, big round of applause for the entire team here. They definitely did some great work. Like, as I said, my only real problem was just the recycling of bosses during the pretty much like the second half of the game. Like, that's pretty much was pretty much my biggest problem. Also very glad I played the game in original Japanese, because from what I've seen and what I've heard, both from cutscenes that we already went through and from non-spoiler discussions that I've heard from people, the English dub was not great. And from the little bit that I heard, well, not little bit, but from some of the scenes that I saw and heard, yeah. Okay, so New Game Plus has been unlocked. New difficulty, Resurrection Plus, has been unlocked for New Game Plus. Okay. In Resurrection Plus, enemies' attack power continues to increase with each playthrough. For those who seek a more intense battle, try challenging Resurrection Plus. Okay. That's... Woo! That just sounds ultra sweaty. Bestial memories acquired can be found via your inventory menu once you have started New Game Plus. Oh, what is that? Hold on. Hold on real quick. Let me look that up. Because I don't want to start a New Game Plus right now to check that. So I want to see what that is real quick. So I'm going to look it up. Let's see. R. What is it? Beast. No. Oop. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see. A special in-game item represented as a large piece of amber filled with the experiences and past of the bosses. When acquired, this item bestows... Oh, okay. The unique powers and abilities of the Beast of Reincarnation onto the player. Lore significance imbued with the internal memories and essence of the Beast of Reincarnation's core. It grants the player access to the Beast's distinct abilities. Interesting. Okay. So that is definitely something for ultra sweatiness. Try says so it lets you truly go beast mode. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, yeah. Let me catch up on chat real quick before we click off of this and then see where the game leaves us after this. Let's see. Try said it's kind of cool the enemies keep getting stronger the more you play again. Sounds great for people who want a Soulsborne type experience. Yeah, definitely kind of feels something like that. Cause I know yeah, cause I know certain games do that. Like on repeated playthroughs, the enemies will just get stronger the more times you play through the game. So it's nice that they included like a difficulty that that kind of takes that, like, to the extreme. Like, I'm pretty sure they stop growing stronger once you reach a certain amount of playthroughs. Because I'm pretty sure there's a ceiling at some point. So I'm pretty sure, like, it's not like you play the game, like, 20 times and it keeps getting stronger the 20 times that you played through it. Like, you're probably going to reach that ceiling before that. But it is nice that it does do that, in general. For however many playthroughs that they keep getting stronger. Also, Try, thank you for the GG's, another one in the books. Thank you. Also, Try also said, oh, New Game Plus, let's go. Yeah, exactly. And it's New Game Plus that isn't added in later. It's a New Game Plus that was already in the game from the beginning. Because sometimes some New Game Pluses nowadays for certain games, they don't come with the game day one. Sometimes they patch them in later. So it's nice that they actually had New Game Plus in the game from the beginning. Because the game already has a trophy from day one that says, like, New Game Plus. Like, starting it and, I think, like, beating it and whatnot. So the game already had a New Game Plus from the very beginning. So it's not something that they added in later in a patch. Try said, I like when devs think about players that want to play it again. Yeah, because I'm definitely, like, one of them. This is definitely a game that I would like to play again. Because the combat system and all the abilities and stuff that you get, and the various swords that also have different abilities, like, you definitely have a lot of room for experimentation on, like, what type of builds you want to give Emma and give Ku and all that stuff. Like, you could really see, like, the build potential that you can have. So I do appreciate that. Also, Try said, in reference to the music, which Try said the music in this has no right going this hard. It feels evocative of Nier Automata and Stellar Blade in the best ways. It's funny you say that, because I was getting that feeling from the very beginning of the game. Like, even in the trailers and stuff that I was watching, and when the music was in the background of the trailers and all that stuff, I was like, yeah, it was like, I'm definitely feeling this. Like, the vibes I'm feeling it. And then within the game, all of the music and everything, the full, like, music throughout it, was really good. It also helps that if you were paying attention to the credits, they use orchestras for the music. Because you saw several orchestral like credits when it was going through the music part of the credits. And I'm a real, which you can tell also from the music itself if you're listening to it. You could definitely like feel the orchestral ness of the music. So, and I really love like good orchestral music. So the fact that they were able to do that in this and pull it off so well, big ups to all of that. Try said, especially the end credits song sounded a lot like Weight of the World. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it definitely did. Which considering the full story and how everything ended, it's definitely appropriate. It was definitely appropriate. Because by the end, you literally did have the weight of the world on you by the end. Like, even more so by the end. Because that's pretty clear by the beginning of the game. But once you reach the end and all the revelations and everything that's really happening, and when they're telling you like how everything happened, it's like, oh, this is even bigger of a weight than you initially thought, pretty much. Alright, what do we got? Kanzanshi acquire can be found via your inventory menu once you start New Game Plus. Okay. But yeah, that music was the music definitely feels very like near and Stellar Bladey. Oh shit. Emma had a different thing on. Like the image of Emma in the save screen changed. Oh, that was sweet. But she kind of looked like she had the white like kimono that Violet was wearing in that in the save. See? See, look at her. That's pretty sweet. I like that. I like that it reflects the change. Cause she definitely hold on, let me mute the music real quick. Cause you could tell she definitely looks in like she got older. But she still doesn't look entirely like how old she is. In the, you know, throughout the main game, throughout the whole game essentially. So it's kind of nice that it reflects like, oh, some time passed after the credits rolled, cuz she does have a normal ponytail in this shot. So similar hairstyle, but obviously a little bit more refined, I guess you could say. So yeah, I do like it. I do appreciate the that little change at the end there with the save. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ooh. Try said that's rad. Yeah, that's like I really appreciate like the small little things that they do, cuz it's one of those things where it's like you don't have to do that. Like it's not a major thing that you have to do, but it does show like that you were really like trying to pay attention to like some storytelling detail. So I do appreciate that. Let's see real quick. What? Try also said, all in all, the game looks sweet. It's amazing the same company that made this and turn out Pokemon games every year to mixed reception. Hey man, one of those things too is how much of that is Nintendo like demanding that you pump out like Pokemon games over and over and over again at the rate that they do. Like it definitely makes me appreciate like this a lot more. Like I definitely can feel that this has a lot of like passion behind it. Cause let's be honest, most Pokemon games nowadays kind of feel like they're just going through the motions, doesn't it? Like it just feels like at this point it kind of feels like the Pokemon games are just kind of an obligation. So, especially because you also have to remember with Pokemon, they released 2 games. They release 2 versions of Pokemon every time. Every time a new Pokemon game comes out, there's always, like, at the very least 2 versions of it. So that also doesn't help. Cause it's like, okay, it can be bad enough that you make like 1 game, but when you're kind of forced to make 2 and they come out at the same time every time, like at some point something's gotta give, and it's probably gonna suck away a lot of the motivation and passion behind making them. Try said, yeah, sadly it does. Like they are just turning them out cause Papa Nintendo said so. Yeah, pretty much. Like that's what it feels like. Like for me, I jumped off the Pokemon game bandwagon a long time ago. A long time ago. Like, I'm talking, probably once we move past the Game Boy Advance, I believe I was done by that point. Like I think that's where I was like, okay, I'm out by that point. So but I've always been around people, you know, who had those games like after that, so I was able to like play like a little bit of some of the games that came later, and there was nothing there that ever motivated me to like jump back in on my time. So yeah. And Try's comment that I'm about to read was also a point that I was about to make. Because Try said, but hey, if churning out Pokemon makes them millions and it goes to them funding cool stuff like this, then it a good means to an end. Yep, I was about to make that point too. Cause I was about to say, like, hey, if they wanted to use all that money that they're making from if they wanted to use some of that money that they're making from Pokemon and try to make something completely on their own outside of the Nintendo bubble and try to show that they could do something completely different from Pokemon, then by all means, like, hey, I was here for it. Like I said before, that was one of the reasons I was really interested in this even more when I found out that, like, oh, the studio that makes Pokemon, the main Pokemon games, to be clear, the main ones, is making this. Like, I was interested before from what I saw, and then I got even more interested because I was like, oh, how are they gonna do this? Like, how are they gonna pull this off? How is all of this gonna come together? And for me, this, for me, before I get into, like, my big, like, final thoughts, about everything in the game, I'll hold off on those for a little bit because, ads are about to start in a couple of seconds. So I want to wait until, ads are done. And then I'll go into my full, like, overall feeling of the game. So ads are about to start. So I am going to, go get, a refill on my drink real quick. And I will be right back. And while I'm out, I will leave you, with the wonderful music of Beast of Reincarnation. Okay. We're back. And we got about 25 seconds left of ads. parts are done. Real quick, before I go off on my, on the thoughts, let's see what happens when I load in our clear file. Oh, okay. Hold on. Because it leaves us right in front of where the final boss is. But... oh, okay, it does. I was like, where'd all my bonfires go? Okay, let me see. Okay, so we can do that. Oh, it stays that way. Okay, so Emma's look on the save file stays that way because it still recognizes that we finished the game. Okay. That's pretty cool. That Emma's look stays stays the way it is. Okay. Let me see. Does that count as another day? It says Wednesday. Let's see. Just want to see. Oh, okay, that doesn't change. Okay, cool. Alright. So we will return to the title screen. I just wanted to see where the game leaves us. The good thing is, before I start New Game Plus and all that stuff, I can farm. I can do some farming. On my like off stream, and like max out my skills and whatnot before jumping into New Game Plus and all that stuff, and probably max out Emma's level, because I believe I read that her max level is 100, and we're already at like what, 52? So yeah. But oh, and max out like all the research stuff, like do level grinding and max out all the research for the for planting and the recipes and doing all of that, like, because I definitely would like to get all that busy stuff out the way, so that way whenever I do start New Game Plus, like, all of that stuff is already taken care of, and I could, like, kind of speed run through some of the more some of that stuff. Anyway, so like I said before, the biggest problem as far as the gameplay goes that I had was the reuse of bosses during the second half of the game. Thankfully, they did sprinkle in some newer bosses in between, but there was a very heavy reliance on reusing a bunch of the bosses towards the second half of the game. Like, that part of the game did feel more padded. Like, the blatantly felt very padded out. But as far as the story itself goes, the setting and everything was an interesting, like, take on the post-apocalyptic, like, like, story, especially with, like, the plants, like, nature taking over, and then, like, it's kind of like infecting, like people, animals, and whatnot, and how it, like, kind of mutates them, which is pretty much, like I said, a very extremely good use, extremely good use of taking the beauty of like of plants, flowers, like all that stuff, taking the beauty of them, but also showing how something beautiful can also be extremely deadly. Because if, like I said before, if you know anything about plants, there's several plants that look really, really beautiful. But they're also some of the most deadly things on the entire planet. So I really like how they really accentuated the duality of plant. So, like, plants, flowers, like, stuff like that. So, and obviously the use of the plants in, like, the fighting and the different moves that you can do. like obviously, like as you've seen, like in the tree, like when we're going through the tree and unlocking skills, they show you like a nice video of what the move is that you unlocked and how those different types of like flowers and plants and stuff are used within those like move sets and things like that. So I really loved how they really made extreme use of the plant flower motif and like all that stuff. Like they really like were paying attention to like, oh, how can we incorporate this in like cool moves and like move sets and stuff, and being like, okay, maybe these like some of these moves can be like similar to like other things, but how can we put our own spin on it using the plant motif, the plant flower motif that we have going on. Like I said, with the grappling hook uh like function. Like yes, it's a basic grappling hook function. Like yeah, you're shooting yourself to like the ledges and things like that, like pulling yourself to them, right? But they added the whole Emma growing roots out of her arm to grab onto the ledge and then like pulling herself like over to them. And then you see like the roots and stuff like going back into her arm and like things like that. So it's like, yeah, in essence it's still like a basic like grapple hook to pull yourself, like zip yourself onto like a ledge and stuff, right? But they added their own spin on it so that way it feels more more unique to like the identity of the game, instead of being like extremely one for one exactly like the same. Like they were able to change up the aesthetic enough so that way it fits into the overall like motif and themes of the game, like the aesthetic and all that stuff. So but that's just like the basic example. Like even I loved using the bridges, like making the summoning the roots on the ledges of things to make a bridge, to grow out a bridge so that way you can use it to like sneak attack on enemies maybe that are below you so you could quickly like kill them from death from above, or get to like a far off ledge to get yourself closer so that way you can like jump on it, jump over to it, or maybe pull yourself to it, or maybe like double jump to it, because even the double jump command, even that is like, okay, it's a basic double jump, but they put their own spin on it for when she double jumps, she grows a big vine from her leg that like propels her up higher for a good couple of like extra seconds to give some really big height. If you're like, if you have an open enough space, you can get pretty far up if you continue to hold the jump button down. So even little things like, yet again, the little things like that where it's like a basic thing but you put your own spin on it and it, you know, fits in a lot better with the aesthetic that you have going on. So But yeah. The acting, as I said, we played it in original Japanese. The acting was great during especially during when the moments counted. When the scenes hit, the big moments, it definitely delivered as far as the performances go. The only, as far as like the cutscenes and things like that, the only thing I could really like have an issue with when it comes to the cutscenes would be, I would have enjoyed if they like animated the faces a little bit more. Like, I'm not saying like go like full hard on like animating like the faces to the nth degree, but at least like animate them enough where there's a little bit more emotion like showing. There was a little bit of it during like some of the bigger cutscenes, like obviously, but I would have liked if there was more consistency throughout the game. But then again, it's like, it's not like this is like the highest budgeted game. Like, it's not like they threw hundreds of millions of dollars into this game like some people that I've seen and read probably expected them to. Which is like, I don't think Game Freak was going to dump all of their Pokemon money into this one game. Like, that would be very bad business. Especially when you're taking your first big step outside of Pokemon and trying to make your own IP, your own intellectual property, your own, hopefully your own franchise, right? Like, you're gonna give the game a certain amount of money that it needs to kind of do what it needs to do, but you're not going to go so far all in on it because you don't know if there's an audience. Like, is there a big enough audience for what you're trying to do? And what if it doesn't pay off? Are you going to be able to get that all of that money that you spent on it? You're going to be able to get all that back in that investment? Or is it smarter to budget the game wisely enough so that way if it doesn't do well, then at the very least you didn't blow hundreds of millions of dollars on something that didn't substantially sell enough to get your money back and make a decent profit off of it. Which is definitely something that a lot of companies in this video game business nowadays have no idea what to do. Because they definitely don't know how to budget games anymore. Because they spend hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on a bunch of these games. And they sell all of these amount of money. They sell all of these copies, right? But they still underperform, or they still don't make a decent profit. Why? How can that happen when you're selling ridiculous amounts of copies? Is because you spent so much on the budget of the game to the ridiculous degrees that you severely limited your profit margin. So the game could have been extremely successful, but because of your bloated budget, you don't get a proper return on that investment. And that is the story of the video game industry nowadays. But it's nice when a game comes along, when certain games come along that budget themselves accordingly, and they're able to, do a lot with the budget that they have. Like Beast of Reincarnation did. Now, granted, we're playing this on PlayStation 5. The game does have technically a mixed reception depending on the platform that you're playing it on. Because I've seen and heard from people that have played this game on PC and have played this game on Xbox. And the Xbox and PC people have had some pretty rough technical experiences when it comes to this game. Apparently, I lucked out because it seems like PS5, the PS5 version of the game apparently had the least amount of technical problems out of the three versions of the game. So from that aspect, I can completely understand why the game would have a very mixed reception with the players. Because when you get a release that has that wide of a technical disparity between the platforms that you release it on, I could see how that can sour a lot of people's opinions on the game, right? Like, I could totally see that. Try said, to quote Miss Frizzle, on the Magic School Bus, take chances, make mistakes, and get messy. Exactly. Hey, How can you learn if you don't make mistakes? You can't always play it safe. You can't always play it extremely safe too much. Like there are certainly situations where you do want to play it safe to a certain extent. But you do have to pick and choose where you're going to take those chances. Where you're going to roll the dice and see what you get. Right? You have to pick and choose those moments. Like you have to play it smart. Try to I mean going going from Forspoken into this, the game seems absolutely perfect with 0 issues. Yeah, like I said, the game, we did have some technical issues. Like there were like some small issues here and there. Like Emma kind of getting stuck on certain things. Thankfully, the devs recognized that, because when the game recognized that Emma was like stuck in something, the game automatically like teleported her out of it. Like the game faded to black and then respawned Emma in a spot to unstuck her. To unstick her every time. So I do appreciate that. Because usually when that happens in the game, you literally have to exit. Like sometimes you have to completely exit the game. Or you have to like load in a save if you have that option available to you. So I do appreciate that they did think ahead and they were like, yeah, let's add this that if Emma gets stuck on something and you can't get out of it, the game is going to spawn is going to take you out and spawn you in an appropriate area to get you out of that situation. So I do appreciate that. There was some pop-in. Like, there's some pop-in, like, here and there. Nothing extremely big. It's not like we were falling through the world or anything. Like, it wasn't, like, nothing was happening that bad. But there was, like, little pop-in here and there. You could see it. If you know where to look, you can see it. Like, it wasn't that big of a problem and distracting to the point where I was forced to like point it out every single time it happened. So it was just like little stuff. Like nothing game breaking and nothing to the extent that it completely like takes me out of the whole game and like ruins like the experience, the story, the cutscenes, like none of that. Nothing to that extent. But yet again, it's you know, the budget. Like even for the whatever this game's budget was, it doesn't show that the game like had a like shoestring budget. Like it, like there are, as I said and pointed out, like there are places where the game does show like oh, this game does have a smaller budget than than most games, right? But it definitely uses the budget that it does have in all of the right places. Um Also the one little annoyance that there was another one of the small little annoyances that the game had was the invisible walls, like in random places, like those, like especially in places that are completely like nothing is blocking you, but there's like an invisible wall there, like that type of stuff was like okay. But yet again, it's stuff that you're not necessarily gonna notice too much unless you're like really trying to like go to the edges of like the map and stuff. But yeah. But like that is a little bit of like a thing. But yeah. Try said, hey, a little poppin' is nothing when you consider this is the same devs that made the infamous windmill in Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet to be exact. For anyone watching and listening, they have made leaps and bounds of improvement. Oh yeah, like compared, Try is definitely right. Compared to what I've seen from some of the latest Pokemon games and some of those abysmal technical issues that those games have and had, this game is like a 10 out of 10 experience. So like this game is a full perfect score across the board compared to those technical problems. So yeah. Like I would I just like Try said, I would take a little bit of barely distracting pop in over all of those Pokemon Scarlet and Violet technical issues any day of the week. Oof. But anyway, as far as the story and stuff goes, it was pretty good. Like I liked it. Like the emotion and stuff, a lot of the emotion was definitely coming through as the game went on. Yet again, as far as the Japanese performance, the original Japanese performances go, as the game went on, the emotion and everything came out. Which is pretty much the theme of the game, if no one notices, is Emma gaining emotion, gaining a soul, and understanding like feelings and all of that. And she was fully displaying that as the game was going on. Even when she was not understanding it, she was displaying it without her realizing she was doing it. And then later she fully like accepts everything and does it. Same thing with Kagura. Kagura was also pretty like emotionally like stunted, which makes sense considering the abuse and stuff that she was getting, and that we actually saw her get when the golem robot was scolding her and backhanded her and smacked her onto the ground and stuff. So the fact that she's like that she's also an orphan and she's in that situation and all of that stuff, like even she like was coming into her like opening up, after being, abused and neglected pretty much for so long, like actually gaining a like a meaningful relationship with somebody. In Kagura's case, obviously Emma, which the ironic part about it is she's gaining like gaining back like her emotion and getting a connection with someone that doesn't have emotion at the beginning. So at the same time that Kagura is gaining like her confidence back and gaining her human connection, a meaningful human connection back, Emma is gaining her emotion and experiencing like all of that stuff for the first time. And actually gaining a soul, a fully realized soul by the end of it. And obviously Ku is like best boy, cause Ku is is the best wolfy dog, big wolfy dog. He's like the best boy. And also the same thing with Brad. That Brad was obviously like closed off from everyone because he just wanted to do. Because by the end, we learn that the main reason he's closed off is because he's single-mindedly wants to get this mission done. And like he said in his final recordings, I only saw you, Emma, as a means to an end. I was just using you to get what I want. And through the journey, he was even opening up. And it also helps that Kunai, during her her phone calls or whatnot with Brad, she was pushing Brad to be like, to like open up and be like, hey, she's a good one. You might want to like trust her with what you're trying to do and like stuff like that. So he probably wouldn't have done what he wound up doing in the end to save everyone, sacrificing himself, but also leaving that having the foresight to leave a final message in the event of the worst case scenario, right? So he probably wouldn't have done all that if, if Kunai wasn't like trying to like nudge him in the right direction. And then obviously Emma proving herself also, with Brad seeing how Emma and Kagura were interacting, that also helping him open up with his with his stuff that we saw during like the various like scenes and stuff with him. Especially when during some of the companion scenes between Ku and Kagura, where Brad would kind of like come into them, and then his interactions with everyone, like as he was opening up, he was like getting closer to everyone a little bit more. Like with Kagura, where Kagura would like mention like, hey, I talked to Brad about this, that, and the third. So it's like even when Emma is off exploring, fighting monsters, doing what she's doing, you know, Kagura and Brad are also building a rapport with each other too, which also helps, you know, both of them with their human connections and opening up with and learning to trust people and things like that, right? As far as Kagura, dang it, Kunai goes. There you go. As far as she goes, her betraying everyone and being responsible for Brad having to sacrifice himself. The twist was, as I said, not completely unexpected because of if you're paying attention to the Brad Kunai, the last Brad Kunai phone call that they have, you can kind of suspect something fishy is going on. And then the betrayal happens, and then you piece everything together, and it's like, oh, this is why this is happening. But then, you know, Kunai redeems herself by the end, because she's the one that winds up killing the administrator at the end, who was like playing everyone by the end of it, and like pitting everyone against each other. So she redeems herself with that, killing him, and then giving Emma like the power upgrade. And then when Emma and Ku passes out and everything, she's the one that brings them back to the walker and everything, to make sure they're safe and when they regain consciousness and all that stuff. And then leaves her sword for Emma to use when she wakes up. Which, if the game is successful enough that Game Freak wants to do a sequel to this, I am 100% on board with it. Because even though the story of this game is pretty much wrapped up pretty well by the end of the game, you can definitely like go into different directions with where you could do a second game. Like, thankfully, Kunai is still alive, so they kept her alive. I was enjoying her as a character, especially since from the very beginning of the game, from her first appearance, she's more like open and like friendly and stuff, especially during the phone calls that Emma can have with Kunai. Like, that is definitely shows like how much more open and like friendly and stuff that she is at that point. So I was hoping that she wouldn't get killed by the end of it. even though it was heavily looking that way, but thankfully she didn't die. She kind of just left Emma her sword and kind of like, I don't know, went off to wherever she's going, right? It's not like she specified where she was going. In her little, like, one sentence note that she left, which was just, here, I left you this sword, take it. So, but, so you could, if you do a second game, even if you don't bring Emma back, Ku back, Kagura back, or whatnot, you could do a kunai game. You could have kunai be the main character and have her do something within the world. If you do want to bring Emma and like everything back, age them up, like age Emma back up to where she is, and then maybe that would bring Kagura closer to like Emma's age that she was in this game, and then maybe, you know, they can, I don't know, be a like a sword fighting duo or something, and then maybe if Violet is still around, uh maybe take a trip to Shambhala. Cause you still have that there of where Shambhala is, where all of the other people that were able to be sent there before everything went to shit. Like, you have that. You could have that, like, that stuff be like the basis for a second game. Like, now that the beast of reincarnation is dead, what are the people that are in Shambhala and stuff, what are they gonna do? Right? Like, there's definitely doors that they could go through that you can go through, that you can expand for a sequel if this is successful enough and Game Freak is able to do another one. You definitely have directions that you could go that I would be completely open to for them to try. Cause it's definitely the second game, if they wind up being able to do one, where they can actually put more money into the budget, because now they actually have like a proof of concept. They actually have something that they could prove, that they could point to like the higher executives and stuff, and be like, there's an audience for this. There's a significant amount of people that, you know, that paid money for this, and we made good money on it. So maybe you could give us a little bit more of a budget to do another one, and we could use that to improve on a lot of the things that we were limited with in the last game with the budget you gave us before. Right? Because it's at that point that now you have something that you can prove to the higher ups what you're capable of. And now they'll be more confident to be like, okay, we could give you some more money. Right? Because you could even do a game where Kagura, I don't know, Kagura, Emma, and Kunai are all, like, in the game together, like, as a team. Maybe they could all be playable characters. I don't know. Maybe you could get Violet to be an actual character and actually interact with everyone except, and not just Emma and Ku. Because they kind of opened up that door a little bit with Kagura being able to see and hear Violet when we were putting her in the medical pod. So there's that. Like, you can, like I said, there's plenty of directions that they could go for a second game. But as far as the plot of this game goes, I think they did a pretty good job pretty much tying everything up by the end of it. Right? So, if worse comes to worst, and this is pretty much it, I for the most part, I was pretty satisfied with the story and everything that they told. So, outside of the little problems that I had throughout the playthrough, right? So, but hopefully, here's hoping that the game is successful enough. And maybe we'll get a second one. Because I can't say it enough, I would be completely open to it. But I don't know. What do you all think? Like, how do you all feel about it? But it also helps, though, as far as, like, the characters go, that the cast of the game was not extremely big. So that definitely helps with making the getting the game to be, like, very focused as far as, like, the story goes, because your cast is not extremely big, so you could really, like, really focus in on them and giving them, like, enough to chew on as far as, like, story and stuff goes for each one of them. Who else was there? Because I covered the main characters. Well, the administrator was just generic, crazy, like, evil guy by the end. So it's like, whatever. Shinobu was pretty much the same by the end. Well, pretty much the same from his initial introduction, was just the batshit crazy guy. And Makoto being the beast of reincarnation by the end of the game, like, that twist was not entirely out of nowhere, but it was very subtle with how they were with him. Because it's one of those things that, like, recontextualizes, like, Makoto's ability to, like, enhance our ability, and then the gameplay mechanic of him being able to reset our abilities and stuff. And the fact that he could do this by just, like, kind of his voice and stuff. So it kind of recontextualizes, like, all of that, and then it's like, oh, they were pretty subtle with him, which also explains why he wasn't around with us. Like, it's not like he palled around with us. so it's like, that kind of explains kind of why he was doing his own thing. But yeah, like, his whole thing was more like tragic with his connection with Violet and how he was treated and stuff and things like that. Like his powers being used and all that going on. Like I get like his story is like very tragic with how he once he explains like everything that like went on with him, what his like real motivation and his true purpose and everything was, who this loved one is that he kept talking about, what his homeland was that he also kept talking about, like oh, the ads are playing. I'll finish up the wrap up when the ads finish. Oh boy. I know you can't hear it now, but I do but I can hear the main menu music still. so I have that like awesome music still like being like sung to me like in the background. Like while I'm talking and like explaining myself. Explaining my thoughts and stuff. How many? What do we got? About 20 seconds left of ads. is that? I can't see. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. The end trophy of the game is a picture of Kagura, Emma, and Ku at the end, where they're about to overlook and see the big ass tree in the background. So, okay, because I was looking, I was like, who is that? Who's in the picture on that trophy? And I'm like, oh, okay. But okay, we're back from ads. But yeah, I would but so probably the weakest part of the game as far as like the story goes is probably the villains. Cause Makoto is probably the more complicated and sympathetic villain out of all of them. But since his villain turn is like a plot twist at the very end of the game, it's kind of one of those things where it's like it's not around long enough, but I get why, because of the sake of like the twist and all that stuff. Like, I get it. But yeah, he's probably the best villain out of all of this, but he's also the villain that doesn't have the longest screen time. Which makes sense because you wanted to keep the twist. Like, I get it. But then again, that's not the main point of the story. The main point of the story was Emma gaining a soul and gaining, all of the emotions and human connection, genuine human connection that comes with all of that. And then obviously, Ku serves in that purpose, and Violet and Kagura all contribute to that point of the story. And that's pretty much like that's the heart of the story and where the whole point of it comes from. So I could forgive like weak villains if you're definitely like making up for it in significant like other areas. And this game definitely does that for me. So I would very enthusiastically like recommend the game for anyone to like, hey, try it out for yourself. See if you might like it. Obviously, depending on the platform that you're gonna play, that it's available to you, that you want to play it on, just be cautious, and that with any like technical problems that certain platforms, like I mentioned, might have. So you might, depending on if the only platforms that you want to play on or that are only available to you have significant like technical problems, you might want to wait until, you know, those significant issues get like patched and ironed out. Because the devs have stated that they are working on fixing the various major issues that each of the platforms are having, like whether it's PS5, Xbox, or like PC. Like, so depending on what's available to you and how bad the problems are, you might want to wait until that stuff gets fixed. So keep an eye on that. And then, you know, at that point, like, you know, I would recommend picking it up. Because, like I said, it's not extremely expensive compared to, well, the base price for it compared to some other games that want to be, you know, $70 or $80 at this point, and have no reason, no justifiable reason to be that expensive. And yet again, the reason that those game prices are as high as they are is because of those bloated budgets. And the consequence of those bloated budgets is that they're forcing you to pay more for a game because they refuse to do appropriate budgeting for their games. So keep that, you gotta always keep that in mind. Because I have yet to see a game and play a game that I walk away from it that has a budget of hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars and say fully confident that the game needed to be that game needed to cost that much. I have yet to ever encounter a game that completely justified an outrageous budget of that degree. And I've played a lot of games. And I've been playing video games pretty much my entire life. So, like, my video game system that I grew up with was the original Nintendo. The original Nintendo Entertainment System. So I have experienced and lived through so many video game generations. So I have pretty much seen and experienced just about everything video games have done and have evolved from. So the fact that I'm saying that no video game I've played has ever justified costing hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, that covers a lot of ground. A lot of ground. Because I've lost count with how many video games I've played. From all different shapes and sizes in terms of like budget, genres, everything. Like, I think I've proven how much that I'm very open to trying pretty much almost any type of video game if it looks interesting enough to me, and if I see something in it that I can like vibe with and whatnot, even if it's a video game genre that I necessarily isn't that I'm necessarily not like the biggest fan of or keen on or whatnot, I'm open enough to give it a shot. So, and I think my track record has kind of proven that by this point. Because, shit, if I tried to count how many video games that I played throughout my life, it would probably be thousands at this point. So, but then again, that would make my brain hurt, and I would probably have a mental breakdown trying to count and remember every single video game that I've played. But in any case, that will do it for this first time playthrough of Beast of Reincarnation. Hopefully any of you enjoyed this my playthrough. Like, obviously I'm not going in like throughout this playthrough being the most sweaty of like of playthroughs. Like, obviously I'm not I'm not doing all that. Like, I made that abundantly clear from the very beginning. But yeah, they're definitely, as we've seen with New Game Plus and all that stuff you get when you beat the game, there's definitely a bunch of choices if you really want to get sweaty with the game. So if you want that sweaty challenge and whatnot, the potential of having balls crushing difficulty or whatnot, it's probably there for you. It's probably not something that I'm ever going to try for myself, but hey, if any of you want it, the option is there for you when you when you beat the game. So there you go. Plus, the game is not outrageously long either, especially if you're just trying to get through it. So there's that for it too. Try said, but the knowledge that I have of games is what makes you my guru. Oh, that Try, you're gonna get, all that sweet talking is gonna start getting me all emotional and get me crying. Just because I always have a stack of tissues available just in case that I get that I start getting teary-eyed and the waterworks start happening from my eyes doesn't mean that I want to speed run through those. but in any case, but I thank you very much, so much for the support and all the kind words that you have Try, and for all of for everyone else, everyone that like watches, participates in chat and everything. Like you all are what makes, doing this worth doing. Cause cause I've said it before, I would probably still be doing this whether, like when I started doing this, I literally had like one person watching, and it was literally just one real life friend of mine that was one that wanted to support me, and that I didn't like get the opportunity to see a lot of for various reasons. So he took the opportunity that I'm doing this to come in chat and talk and whatnot, and like just shoot the shit and just like interact when we couldn't do it like in real life. And then it went from that, and then now we're pretty much here. So we've definitely come a long way since those days in a relatively short amount of time, which really amazes me. So yeah, I would still be doing it regardless, but you all make this so much more fun for me to continue doing all of this, right? So I can't, thank you all enough. Whether you're whether you're fellow content creators, big and small, whether you're just a lurker, or whether you're coming in from raids, or you're just popping in to say hi, chill out, feel the vibes in chat and stuff like that. No matter who you are, you all definitely make this as fun as it is for me to do. So I very graciously thank you all so much. Try says, of course. It's what we do for the homies. Community is what makes this experience great. Yes, the community that we've all built together is definitely something that I realistically did not expect, to happen. So but yeah. Let me let me cut myself off before I really give myself an excuse to use some tissues for some tears. But in any case, that has been again Beast of Reincarnation. As always, I've been JR. Thank you all so very much for watching. And hopefully, we will see you all in the next one. Later, everybody.